other side. Stop struggling against my demons. Stop thinking life as fiction. Eddie, burn, burn, burn. Burn the pain, burn the lies, burn the fear inside myself, and burn it all again. It's the right time to escape this cage I've been locked in for so long. It's not where I belong. Let it burn, burn, burn into the ground.
Hello, everyone. My name's Rick Mullinax, and this is Burn After Reading. Joining me today is Mary, or you might know her as TrueCrimeIsNY. Now, today we are going to have a conversation about the West Memphis Three case. It's very controversial and it's polarizing. Everyone who is subscribed to my channel, you know where I stand on it. I believe they're guilty. Mary, though, well, she thinks they're innocent. I really appreciate her coming on and discussing the case with me. And I want to make it really clear. We're not here to tear each other's throats out. We're not here to try to one-up each other. I don't know if I can change her mind. I don't believe she can change mine. But we want to show that a civil conversation can be had. Will we be successful? Well, let's find out. Now, one of the most troubling aspects to me is how the pro-West Memphis Three narrative claimed that Damien, Jason, and Jessie were targeted because they were poor white trash, looked different, dressed in black, listened to heavy metal music, read horror novels. And that simply isn't true. It's also disturbing that, what gets left out of these documentaries, books, podcasts, media segments in support of the West Memphis Three. And there's this thing you mentioned before that the West Memphis Police Department, they had tunnel vision for Damien. And yes, he was an early suspect. There's no doubt about it. But the West Memphis Police Department looked into various exhausting leads. And if you would allow me to share part of Jason's attorney's, Paul Ford's, opening statement, I think it proves that they didn't have tunnel vision. They were kind of, as you would say, blindfolded. So he says they went door to door in this community, knocking, asking, "What have you seen? What have you heard? Can you tell us anything to help?" You'll see that they were looking for transients. They were going to homeless shelters, not only in the West Memphis community, but in Memphis, looking for someone who might be passing through. West Memphis is a trucking community that makes and has tremendous industry based in trucking. They began to look for a trucker who may be passing through. The evidence will show that they went and obtained fuel records from the truck stops in the area to see who might be passing through and maybe bought truck fuel. You'll see that they were looking for a veteran, that they went door to door looking for a veteran, someone with military experience, because some of the things that they had found led them to possibly believe they were looking for a veteran. They began to look for known sex offenders, but they weren't looking for a 16-year-old boy, in which he's referring to Jason. The West Memphis Police Department, they were in charge of the investigation, but they needed help. They didn't have any answers to the questions, so they enlisted the help of Crittenden County Sheriff, the Crittenden County Sheriff Department and all of their forces. They elicited assistance from the Arkansas State Police and their criminal investigations. They elicited assistance from the police in Memphis, Tennessee. They began to receive information and try to help and get clues from police departments all over the country. And they also began looking for assistance from the FBI. They began to try and go throughout the community with the questionnaire from the FBI to determine what is the profile of the killer. And to me, right there, that smashes the whole myth that law enforcement was only out to get Damien. And in the book, Law and Disorder, FBI profiler John Douglas wrote, Damien and Jason had no indicative violence in their pasts. And while Jessie was known as a hothead, he channeled his aggression in pursuits of things such as wrestling. Though the three were raised in a culture in which corporal punishment was common, none were abused. In some, he found nothing that the behavioral backgrounds of Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, or Jessie Misskelley, nothing to suggest that they were guilty of the murder. And, Douglas was hired by the West Memphis Three legal defense for his apparent expertise. And while admittedly I am no expert in anything, I would like to make the case that proves John Douglas is incorrect. Is there anything you want to add to that? Anything you want to disagree with?
Based off everything that you've said to me thus far, there, yes. I'm not going off the fact that they're guilty just because of tunnel vision. I think that's a part of it. That the tunnel
Mhm.
vision came later on. I know about the prior investigations that they did with the
Mhm.
transients and the veterans, but they, according to my research and what I have read from, I actually do you well the Callahan files. I do believe it's a reputable source, and also not just that. I did research from other different websites, different forums, so on and so forth. The West Memphis, the first movie, the second, the third, none of those. No, I don't go by any of those movies because movies are, directors change things. They want to play, edit around with things. They're going to use things that they believe will, fit the best narrative. First, the West Memphis Three was guilty in the first movie. Then the second movie, John Mark Byers was guilty because he acts weird. Oh, he's
Mhm.
a weird guy. Yes, he is a weird guy, but I believe he's somebody that seeks attention, and he knew he was never going to get attention. He was already in his middle age at that point. He just was a weird attention seeker, in my opinion. And then they came to the conclusion that it was Terry Hobbs. So I definitely did not go off of the movies. Those are just movies to me, so
Mhm.
that's nothing. Um, so and from what I know, only 2/3 of the neighborhood was actually asked from door to door about,
Mhm.
did you guys see anything? Did you hear anything? And people basically said no. And so they should have looked into a bigger capacity of the area, in my opinion. And they even admitted that once uh, there was several people that didn't even answer the doors that they went to, and they never bothered to even go back to ask those people about it. So I know that that's a little, I think that's just them being lazy, according to my opinion. And the truck stop thing, I heard that there was a lot of shady things going on there, like drug related. So I'm not really sure about the whole drug stop thing. I'm not really leaning towards the drug stop being involved in this whole ordeal. And another thing that I know, really, in actuality, the whole smoking gun was the supposed confession of Jessie Misskelley,
Mhm.
and he's not a bright bulb. Obviously, we all know that. They said his IQ is anywhere between 70 to 72. So I felt, after the work that they did do prior to having their eye out for Damien and Jesse and whatever Jason, that they had the perfect person fall into their laps. They were already, getting a lot of crap from the people of West Memphis. They wanted it solved, rightfully so, but they were getting a lot from people. And the police department, of West Memphis even said, like, we're not equipped to do this. Like, this is not like our expertise. We never really uh, got into homicides. They said that came out of their own mouths. And I think you mentioned, was it alibis that you said that also was a part of the reason why you were swayed?
Yeah, and that's something that we will get into. I do have it as a list.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm trying to. What was the last? There was something else that you mentioned. I'm sorry that you made such. You spoke very articulately about everything, but I'm trying to remember what else it was that you said. But yeah, based off of Jessie Miss Kelly's confession is garbage to me,
Mhm.
because I feel as if, well, if somebody is making a confession, you know, like I don't know if I ever really dwelled on this on my own channel. I didn't. I did a brief little video on my own channel, but that was one day out of boredom, and I was really actually pissed off watching something about the West Memphis Three. So I just did that out of just like instantaneous. It was at the moment. It wasn't planned. Nothing. Well, I didn't even edit the video. Um, so what they usually do, true crime or crimes in general, police departments, what they do is they look into families first. Whenever someone dies, they always look at the families first and thoroughly investigate them, and then they get, stuff about them. That was not done. The family wasn't looked at first at all, which I believe that they should have, because there was people in the boys' families that were not of good characters, and I'm sure you know already who I'm talking about. And they had a violent past and present, like Terry Hobbs, for example. According to his wife Pam, he was terrible. She said that he was violent. She said that he was just a miserable person. Their marriage obviously was lacking. He didn't help her with anything, and he beat what's his name, Stevie, frequently. And and like I was also saying was Jesse, the fact that the stories kept changing makes that confession not credible. But it fit the narrative, and they were like, oh, well, we got a confession. We got to go work off this. All right. We don't got to look anymore. Let's get this out and over with. We got these dudes, whatever. But in general, and, if anyone in the true crime community or, criminal profilers, detectives, police, anyone of that realm, they will interview, like, let's just say a kid gets raped and killed in the area. They're going to go look at all the child predators in the area, for instance. That's a good place to start. And some people, they confess because they like attention. This is very known. A lot of criminals do this, even when they didn't have anything to do with the crime. And then once the police officers or the detectives, whoever it is that's interviewing them, hear things about the crime scene and the scenarios that did not happen, they're like, okay, get out of my, they're like, get out of here. You're full of crap. So why wasn't, so I look at it that way. That's why Jesse's confession is not credible. He lacked intelligence. He even it said himself he was there for the reward money. He did not go there out of remorse, out of the kindness of his heart. He went like a month later. His father pushed him to go, and then things started escalating from there. So, that is what I could say thus far. Like you said, I have a whole different list of things I could go on about, but just to summarize, some main points. But like I said, Jesse's confession was the smoking gun for them, because there was no DNA found at the evidence at the crime scene, leading back to the boys. So you need DNA. And to put an 18-year-old on death row, I don't care how weird he is, I don't care how much black he dresses in or whatever it is. Damien was an angry kid. He said it. He was angry. He was hostile. He did have mental illnesses, but that's all. That doesn't mean that you're going to be a murderer and a rapist or whatever it is. That doesn't mean anything. I know plenty of people who have mental, disabilities, and they're angry as hell. To be quite frank with you, I'm one of those people. I get angry very easily, actually. So I also try to empathize. I didn't suck anyone's blood like Damien did. I mean, that's something completely different. And I know he was, into Aleister Crow and so on and so forth. But those are not good enough reasons to put an 18-year-old person on death row. I don't, that was completely, that I found ridiculous. And I found the police department, the judges, and the judges are, that's a load of crap to me too. I'm a big fan of Pat Brown. I do agree with her in most of her profiling. There's a case or two, which includes the West Memphis Three, that I don't agree with her about. But she does say, why are we getting these people, 12 people off the streets that that have no clue about what's going on, what's the correct way to look at a crime scene, do crime analysis. They have no experience in this. They'll get dentists, they'll get engineers, they'll get this, they'll get that. Those 12 people, they are not reliable resources, or them people, for people to say, well, the judges said they were innocent, they were no, they were guilty, so they're guilty. No, That's not true. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of the Casey Anthony trial, and everybody and their mother. I haven't seen one person besides that little TV crew. She did a little thing on Peacock that was released recently. I don't know if you watched it. It was called Where the Truth Lies.
I did,
She,
yes.
yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, she has a little entourage there that says that she's innocent. I don't know how, but anywhere else I've ever looked, everyone says that they're guilty. But the people, from the state of Florida, the people that were selected said there was reasonable doubt, and they let this woman who clear as day was guilty as hell for killing her child go. So I really can't, trust judges' opinions as well. I agree with Pat Brown. People should be up there that know what they're doing, not just random people. So that's another thing for me. Um, as well. And yeah, but I don't know if you want to, dwell off of anything that I said, if you want to, take over from there. But that's what I could think of thus far. But like I said, there's so many other components that I have to go over with you as to why I think that, the West Memphis Three did not do it. So, is there anything that you want to say in regards to everything that I just stated?
Oh, well, one, I agree with you that we need more knowledgeable jurors. That I would agree with. But also, just to be fair, though, Pat Brown said it, she also still thinks they're guilty, as you know, and I know you disagree with it, and that's fine. So, I will get to the Jessie Misskelley confessions, and we can go a little more into that in a little bit. Um, as far as Damien, I do want to make a point that Damien was a dangerous person, and he didn't merely just suffer from like depression, as he likes to downplay. Exhibit 500, which is an extensive record of Damien's mental health, interestingly enough, this is interesting. Damien blamed Jason Baldwin's legal defense for the mental health history exhibit coming out, but that is actually not true. As I recall, Damien categorized Exhibit 500 as a document written by one woman and submitted by Jason's lawyers to attack him, when Exhibit 500 is, in fact, a collection of documents written by numerous mental health professionals and law enforcement officials. Now, largely from Damien's 3 stays in mental hospitals for suicidal, homicidal impulses in 1992,
Mm-hmm.
and it was compiled by Echols' own defense team and submitted in the sentencing phase in an attempt to secure leniency for him. Now, he also dismissed tales of his mental illness as a work of third and fourth hand rumors, and that's a flat out lie. These are firsthand documentations from mental health professionals that can clearly be found and read on the Callahan website, as we both know. And I believe Damien was headed towards a path of murder, which led to May 5th, 1993, which, included Jason and Jessie. Now, in 1992, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital twice by court order and once by his own parents. His parents were concerned about his involvement in what they described as like witchcraft and devil worship. And I want to stop right there real quick. The occult, witchcraft, and devil worship kind of gets used interchangeably by people who don't understand it. But I just wanted to say that. But anyways, they didn't want him, in their home. In September of 1992, Damien's parents told his mental health physician that they were frightened of him and what he can do not only to them but to other children that reside in the home. And he described himself, and this is him describing himself as homicidal, suicidal, schizophrenic, manic depressive, and sociopathic. And during part of his several months stay with his mother in Oregon in 1992, Damien had been admitted to a psychiatric ward and placed under suicide watch. Now, returning to Arkansas in the fall, Damien briefly entered a juvenile detention center before being transferred to a psychiatric hospital in Little Rock after biting and attempting to suck the blood from the arm of another detainee. He met routinely with a social worker at a mental health center. The social worker reported in her notes that Damien told her he might become another Charles Manson or Ted Bundy. Now, at East Arkansas Mental Health Center, mental health professionals described Damien's elaborate history of delusions, psychosis, and severe problems with mood and memory. His delusions often were grandiose. He told staff that he was going to influence the world. And if you recall, he said something similar at the end of the first Paradise Lost documentary. And he also reported he obtained power by drinking blood. His moods would really swing from, between euphoria and severe depression. And most of the time, his effect was flat and his face expressionless. Other times, he reported he could do anything. During his worst periods, Damien became psychotic. He felt a spirit was living in him, and that it was put inside him at some point, and the spirit decided to become part of him. And he was the spirit, or this was the spirit of a woman who was killed by her husband. And I believe the name of the spirit was Rosie. And he claimed that drinking blood or licking blood made him feel like a god. And that statement about feeling like a god is interesting because while at trial, he made a backhanded comment about Crowley, thinking that he was a god. He downplayed his influence. And when I mean he, I mean Crowley or Crow. See, people call Crowley Crowley. It's kind of like tomato, tomato. I guess it depends where you're from. Ozzy called it Crowley. Other people call it Crowley. But anyways, that's besides the point. Anyways, he downplayed the influence that Crowley had on him. And perhaps because, Crowley thought that the best kind of sacrifice was child sacrifice. And I've heard arguments of people saying that Crowley had a different interpretation of what that meant. But regardless, on the stand, Damien didn't dispute that. And so after conviction in one of Damien's autobiographies, he talked about how like Crowley is a huge influence in his life. There's even a side-by-side picture he posted a while back of him with, like they're kind of like doing some kind of pose of some kind of magic significance. And then May 19th, 1992, Damien was arrested with his at the time girlfriend, Deanna Holcomb, for breaking into a vacant trailer, and they were going to run away together. And at the time of apprehension, they were caught. They were partially dressed. I mean, they were doing some stuff clearly. And according to his arrest report, Damien was charged with burglary and sexual misconduct. That part doesn't make you a killer, no. But while he was waiting in the police, vehicle to be taken to either the juvenile detention or the jail following having been arrested, he witnessed his girlfriend's father aggressively coming towards her as, she waited with police officers. Now, look, understandably, any parent, especially a father, they're not going to be exactly thrilled that she's running away with some dude. And in this case, Damien. And Damien stated that when he was in the car, he was able to work his fingers loose and moved over and was able to slip the safety off the police officer's gun, which was left in the police vehicle. I mean, how utterly stupid, but that's what happened. And Damien freely admitted that he had plans to shoot Deanna's father if he acted in an aggressive manner. He also stated that if he would hit her, he would have blown him away. And next time he will eliminate that person. And of course, even if that were the case, it's excessive to say you're going to blow someone's head off for that. But I believe Damien meant that. And later on, Damien got into a fight with a rival named Shane Divilbus. And, and that was at school because he was now dating his ex-girlfriend, Deanna. She broke up with him and soon went out with Shane, which led Damien to believe Shane had stolen Deanna from him. And Damien threatened to kill Deanna, threatened to kill several of Shane's family members. Damien threatened he was going to kill him and he was going to rip his eye out. And Damien tried. He actually tried. He jumped on Shane from behind, and Damien had these long fingernails that he would file, and he tried to gouge out Shane's eye. And Damien's ex-girlfriend, Deanna, she would later tell police about his involvement in the occult and that Damien was lying when he would claim that he was a white or gray witch. She said that he was actually into black magic because she was also into it. And Deanna was also involved with Damien in these practices, and that he once told her, he wondered what it would be like to kill someone. And she also mentioned, now this is a rumor, so I don't want to use this as proof, but it still needs to be mentioned, that if he had a baby with her and it was a girl, he'd want to sacrifice it. And the reason why I bring that up is because he does have a drawing, and in the drawing, it's implied that it's a sacrifice of a baby. So while in awaiting, or when he was in jail awaiting trial, he wrote a letter to Gloria Shettles, and she's an employer of Inquisitor, which actually it's called Inquisitor Incorporated, the private investigation firm owned by Ron Lax, and he was working for the Echols defense at the time. And in the following, Damien writes, "Death can't stop me. I would be only the third person in history to raise from the dead. Lazarus, Jesus Christ, Damien. I will prove it very soon. Afterwards, I will come to power and nothing will stop me. I wrote all this down because it's easier than trying to tell people who wouldn't believe me anyway. They will all believe it very soon. Unmask, unmask." And the Red Death held sway over all. Now they take their medicine. They'll all take it and they'll like it, the stupid little shits. Or they'll have their brains backed the fuck out. Fucking idiots. They think we're out to get them all. They peek through the cracks in their doors and act superior. They think we want them all. Well, they'll take their medicine now. And there are other documents that, for example, report animal cruelty, including an incident where several witnesses, including Jason Baldwin's own cousin, Joe Bartosh, reported, he stomped a dog to death in 1992. And while I understand that can be considered hearsay, I don't believe it can outright be dismissed, as we're kind of getting a collection of his threats and his violence and kind of how sick he is. So it's hard to cover everything, and I'm sure I'm forgetting something, and I'll kick myself later for it. But we do have a mentally ill person, in my opinion, fully capable of violence, who threatens to murder people, thinks consuming blood gives them power, and also makes him feel like a god. This here is not mere conjecture coming from the police or town folk who is afraid of a weirdo. This is coming from Damien, his parents, mental health professionals, and social workers. And this is why, if people thought Damien was a freak, it's because he was. And I know to a certain extent, I know you agree with that. But, I think he's a very dangerous freak. And there's just no way of getting around it. Is there anything that you would want to add to that, disagree with, make a point?
Uh, yeah. Well, I can tell you now, I'm not sitting here saying the West Memphis Three is innocent because Damien is perfect. He's actually
Mhm.
the least one I feel bad for out of the three of them. He was a arrogant little kid. Well, yeah, well, 18, well, whatever you want to call it. He was arrogant. He and he did say this. He said he loved to scare people. He loved to make people feel uncomfortable. This included the softball game that he told a couple girls, yeah, I did kill those kids. And he later said, I just said that to, scare people. I get a thrill out of it." So, I mean, if we're going to go by things that he said, I mean, we have to look at other things that he said too. So that's still not really good enough evidence for him to be put to death. Like I said, you need hardcore evidence to be put to death. Him being as psychotic as he was, acting, or I know he did do a couple weird things. Absolutely, there's no denying that, and he says that himself. But he was just basically saying, "Look, I was an angry kid. I was poor as hell. The society around me annoyed me, and so on and so forth." But I just don't feel like he was sincere about the things that he was saying. I think he was full of shit, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he meant any of that. I think he wanted to scare people. He wanted to get a thrill out of it. He wanted to feel like he was, Damien the Powerful, So, I mean, that really doesn't say much to me. I understand. Does he look good in the eyes of the law or people in general? Absolutely not. And he did do very weird things like the blood sucking, but he did deny that he ever sacrificed a dog. He said that was a lie, and that he stomped one to death. And he did say that what was it, severe euphoria, Oh, sorry. I blinked out there for a second. There's so much on
That's right.
Damien. Yeah. And he openly admitted his, obsession with, Aleister Crowley. I say Crowley, I'm one of those. Um, yeah, but like I said, you need evidence. You need DNA. I don't care how crazy he is. I don't care what he said came out of his flap. None of it means anything. In the court, if we're gonna go by this whole critical law system that we have, you need evidence. Evidence needs to be there. We can't just pick the weird kid out of the town. And it was a small town, and Damien stood out to people, absolutely. So would it have been extremely believable that he could have committed it at first? I would say yeah, because a lot of things that you said were very disturbing. And his parents, they were afraid of him because he did things at home, and he said things to them. Parents are going to always be scared when their children, show indications of violent behavior, say stuff to them, do anything that they don't believe in. I don't know how strict his family was on the whole religion concept. That's not really something I looked really into. And the attempted stabbing of the father, or he did stab him, I'm not sure, the one that he attacked, like I said, that I believe that was done out of aggression, and he wants to be Damien, the protector, in my eyes. And the when it comes to him trying to gouge the eyes out of the his rival, see, jealousy is a very, very powerful thing. It's a horrific thing that could make the most nicest people, who aren't even half as, bad as Damien, do stuff. There are cases out there of people being jealous and murdering someone. It happens. Jealousy can drive you nuts. And, jealousy is a very, very powerful thing. In my opinion, it's made people do horrific things, crazy things. Like I said, people with no violence in their past, they've killed people. There's cases out there. So that's also another thing. But like I said, overall, was Damien a saint? Far from it. Was he an arrogant little prick? Yes, he was. I don't think he was stupid, though. He was stupid for the things that he would say. Another thing about Damien is, uh, well, he wasn't dumb. Like, he wasn't, like, if he took an IQ test, he wasn't dumb. He was not stupid like Jesse was, or slow, whatever you want to call it. I believe that someone like Damien, if he was going to commit this horrible, heinous act, I don't believe he would have done it in West Memphis, where he more than likely would have got caught. Let's just say he did, want to do this, or he did do this, because he kept, because when it came to getting arrested, he said he was innocent, right? So if you're killing three little boys in West Memphis, you're more than likely going to, get caught. You're not going to want to risk getting caught. So I feel like if he wanted to act on his urges, he would have did it somewhere farther out, somewhere not in his community. But, that's speculation on my end, based off of, because if he wanted to get, yeah, this glorification is, I'm Damien the powerful, I'm Damien, and I do this, I do that, I sacrifice this. He would want people to know about that, but he kept saying, I'm innocent, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So, yeah, so that's basically what I think about Damien. Like you said, there'll probably be things that I'll go back on, and be like, oh, damn it, I forgot to talk about that. Because Damien is the main character. We can't lie. That's the first name that comes up when you think of the West Memphis Three. So, yeah. So that basically, like I said, Damien, he was a little prick. He said he loved scaring people. He got a thrill off of it. He wanted attention. He wanted to prove to people that he was something that he was not. Yeah, he had mental problems and issues, and he did, there was acts of violence acted on, but I still, like I said, I'll stand on it. There needs to be proof that Damien did it, like solid proof that he killed these boys, and there was nothing that showed that at the crime scene. And that's if that was where the crimes actually took place, which is another thing that me and you will get into later on. So yeah, but my only question to you now, since we're still talking about Damien a little bit, is, do you feel like he should have got life without the, possibility of parole like the other two, or you believe yes, he should have definitely got the death sentence? Did you agree with that?
Um, what's interesting is that regardless if someone thinks someone is innocent or guilty, say in this case, you know, it's undeniable guilt. Like, let's say, for example, Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy. There's people are going to have a philosophical belief, even if you think someone is guilty, and even if you have that burden of proof, that are still not going to believe in the death penalty. I personally am not a death penalty proponent. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to cry if that's what happens, but I think it's an easy way out. I don't like it. So, whether I agree with it, I think philosophically I disagree with it, but whether he got it or not, like I don't have any strong feelings about that. And I kind of want to go back. So what I mentioned about Damien, you're absolutely correct. What I shared, it was not to be indicative proof of his guilt. What I kind of wanted to show was kind of a profile that he has the capability of doing it as we go on with the story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, and I mean, it's not just a kid who is just crying out for attention. Um, like I said, there was legitimate fear of violence. He's also, like I said, some of the blood sucking or licking that he's doing, it's not with consensual partners. Also, there's violence. So you brought up, you know, kind of like that insane jealousy and how that can lead you to do some bad stuff. Well, it's still not a healthy thought to think that, oh, um, if the father of the girl I love does something, I have the justifiable right to kill him because I don't like it. So that's unhealthy behavior. So trying to getting into a fight with someone and then trying to gouge their eye out, you know, it's different. Like that's not just fighting. Like you are trying to rip someone's eye out, and you're saying, "I want to kill you. I want to kill your family. I want to kill my ex girlfriend." It's not very healthy behavior. Now, is that proof or indication that yes, um, he committed this crime? That in itself, no. But we will get there. Now, I would like to move on with Jessie Misskelley. And again, what I'm going to share is not proof of his guilt, but I kind of want to lay out some things which goes into his violent behavior. And, Jessie, look, we both agree. A lot of people, actually, I don't know anyone who disagrees. Jessie isn't considered very bright. Um, but he had long-term problems with violent acting out. And while pro West Memphis Three people, they don't shy away that he was hot-tempered and that he got into fights. Um, they're kind of general about it. And his problems, dated early in childhood. Counseling and hospitalization had been recommended, but there was never any follow-through from his parents. There was a book called Blood of Innocence. It was one of the original books on the case. They described a June 1987 report from a social worker based on a court-ordered exam. And the social worker quoted Sheila Misskelley, his stepmother, and she is quoted, he gets so mad he's capable of hurting someone. And so we have that. And Sheila Misskelley, told the social worker, I don't think he can control his temper. He needs some help. In fourth grade, he stabbed a fellow classmate in the mouth with a pencil. Jessie liked to fight, and in some cases, he liked to beat up people younger and weaker than himself. And there's a kid, and I'm going to butcher his last name, John Earl Pershek Jr., stated that Jessie took a knife out of his pocket, put it up to his throat, and asked him if he'd like to be dead. Due to an issue where Jessie lied about a sexual encounter with a girl named Tiffany Allen. Jessie later confronted that, he confronted Tiffany and her boyfriend and assaulted them both. And he punched Tiffany in the mouth. And Jessie also, was involved in an incident in which he threw a rock at a little girl aged 5 or 6, hitting her in the head. And, Jessie laughed. He thought it was funny, but it prompted the police to be called. And he was on probation on those charges when he was arrested for the murders of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher. And while the first Paradise Lost gives, a small glimpse into his temper, like when he told his dad, on the call that, man, he was just so mad, he hit the commode in his jail cell and he thought maybe he broke his hand, but the fact that he was moving and it wasn't broke, it was just probably badly sprained. But, we're not given really the full scope of his violent behavior. We just kind of get this general sense. And is there anything about that you would like to add, counter?
Yeah, I mean, if Jesse was so violent and scary, like he had that reputation, right? Not as bad as Damien, obviously, but I know for a fact that he was allowed to babysit other people's children. Like he would
Mhm,
babysit Stephanie Dollars, apparently,
mhm.
and he what you call it he oh yeah, so he was able to babysit children, and yeah, he also had a violent side to him, temperamental, so on and so forth. But due to his intelligence, I do not think that he could have executed this plan, even with the guidance of Damien, the ringleader, because everyone thinks more than like well, the people who think that the West Memphis are guilty, they're saying Damien was the leader of this. He's the one that controlled everything, and I don't think that um Jesse and Damien, they weren't also close either. I've seen this in many, many different podcasts, different forums, different, documentaries. Well, take the documentaries with a grain of salt. The Callahan Files, he keeps saying, we were acquaintances. I did know them. Yeah, I seen them around. We knew each other. Hi, hello, whatever, but we were not best friends. So I can't really also due to his violent past, I still can't see, and this is profiling. We're profiling right now based off of that, which is fine. Profiling it goes into everything as a whole, absolutely. But the thing is, I don't think that Damien or Jason could have made him join in on the acts. And according to Jesse, in one of his confessions, and we know he made multiple, he said that he had nothing to do with the violence at the scene, right? He had nothing to do
Mhm.
with the violence. He said that Damien and James or Jason, James and Jason, I keep getting the names mixed up.
No,
Yeah,
Jason. Yeah, it's
yes,
okay.
Jason, yes. Apparently, they were raping the boys
Mhm.
and putting their penises in their mouths, getting BJs, and the reports that they did, the autopsies, they tested the anal cavities, they tested the oral cavities, no indication of rape. So Jesse, he's just dumb. I just think he's dumb. I mean, he clearly is just dumb. Like the IQ is definitely on point with that. And I'm going to get into, Jesse much later on from the profiling aspect of what you're saying about him. Yeah, it's true. But I don't really feel like people would have, been allowing him to babysit their kids and so on and so forth. And I feel like him killing three boys in the middle of the night at Robin Hood's, even for Damien, I think that this would be a horrifically big escalation from the stuff that they did do.
Mhm.
So that's really all I want to say in regards to that.
Okay. And I do agree with you. I do believe that Jesse is dumb. Um, but I do believe that, with that we have a history that he is fully capable of harming a small child, which he factually did. I don't believe it is beyond the scope of what happened at Robin Hood Hills, which I will get in more to that later. You brought up some things and, noted that's something we will talk about. And so I figured we should probably now talk about Jason Baldwin. And out of the
Yeah, that's the
three,
biggest problem. That's the
yeah,
biggest problem. But yes, I'm so sorry.
mm,
Go ahead. You go ahead with Jason.
no, that's okay. So, out of the three, there is less information available about Jason Baldwin's background than, say, as I just mentioned with Damien and Jesse. And, when he was arrested, his friends, his teachers, family mostly described him as shy, mild mannered, artistic. And what ties Jason to the crimes, as you know, and I know you disagree with the confession, but Jesse's confession, Also, his lack of alibi, Damien telling a girl on the phone that night that he was out with Jason that night, and then Jason's confession with Michael Carson. And again, the Michael Carson testimony, I will get into that later as well. So everyone agreed that Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin, they were best friends, virtually inseparable. And psychiatric records and witnesses or witness statements make clear that Damien Echols, circa like 1992, 93, that he was a deranged, violent psychopath with homicidal fantasies. And there's no way of knowing what Jason and Damien talked about in the months leading up to the murders, but it's safe to say that Damien was a bad influence. And on May 26, 2006, Samuel Dwyer, who was a younger friend of Jason's, stated that in an affidavit that after Jason became friends with Damien, he bought a trench coat just like Damien and he started to talk like him as well. And many couples, no matter what the gender, they tend to follow a similar pattern. Two people meet and feel a strong attraction, or they are related and have established intimate familiarity with each other that allows them to share fantasies, even violent ones. And typically, one is dominant and the other one seduces the other into sharing his or her fantasy. And then and they fantasize and they start to act it out. In the Skylar Niece murders, or Skylar Niece murder, Sheila Eddy and Rachel Shove, they shared that kind of connection. Now, Damien was the dominant personality in this situation, Jason, the admiring follower. And Sheila was the dominant one, and Rachel was the follower. So I'm just kind of giving a parallel. And if he and Damien had never met, I don't believe he would have ever murdered anyone. Most likely Jason wouldn't have either. And I'm sure you got something to add to that, so I'm going to let you have it.
Yeah, so out of the West Memphis three, I really feel bad for Jason because we did go over profiling, which you did have great points on, and these are things that are known. But he did not fit the profile at all. He was known to be intelligent. He got good grades, so on and so forth. The things that you listed, I don't think he would be stupid enough to go into Robin Hood Hills and kill those three little boys. And he just seemed so timid, and he did seem shy and insecure apparently. And this was I'm going to go off topic for a second here. One of the biggest reasons they think that he could have done it was, oh well, he came off as really insecure. Like, I believe the jurors said that or something along those lines. I just do not think that if you are a strong enough character, yeah, he'll get the trench coat. Yeah, he'll hang out with him, so on and so forth. I don't believe being friends with someone can make you do everything that they do, especially something of this capacity. I don't believe it. Like you said, if he wasn't friends for Damien, he wouldn't have even been looked at. He wouldn't even been suspected. So the profiling of Jason as a whole, I don't believe he fits the profile of the killer, and I don't think that Damien had enough influence, or I don't know what people want to call it, or manpower, or I don't think Jason was terrified of him, where he was like, okay, yeah, I'll go along with everything. Out of these three, that's another reason why I'm very doubtful about this case, because of Jason and his profiling and his background. And we're going a lot by, from both guilty party and innocent party. We're going a lot by, he said this, she said that, he said this, she said that. So if we're going to believe in all the guilty stuff that pointed the West Memphis Three to be guilty, why don't we believe in also the good aspects of what people said? Oh, what the kid said, that the one of the kids said that he was what did he do? Sorry,
That's all
I'm
right.
trying to think about, yeah, I'm trying to think about Jason. I get really upset when it comes to him, because like I said,
Mhm.
I feel like he was a complete victim. And the thing with Jason is, Jason was the only one out of the three that was consistent. Not once did he say I was guilty. He didn't do anything suspicious. He was consistent the whole time, never made any confessions, never told anybody out there in his neighborhood that he's gonna be the next Aleister Crowley, that he's sucking blood and so on and so forth. So Jason being involved in a part of this horrific murders of these boys also is another reason why I doubt that this happened. I don't think Jason has that capability. I don't think Damien has enough influence to make him do that. I'll just use an example of myself. Like I said, I like to empathize with a lot of different stories. Well, to the best of my ability, as much as I could relate to it. Me and my best friend, we are extremely different people. We've been friends since we're 4 years old. I don't know how long Damien and Jason were friends, or I believe they were friends for a while as well. She loves to smoke pot. I hate pot. She loves to wear black. I don't like to wear black. She likes to, go out to these different sort of scenes. I don't like to go out to these different sort of scenes. Best friends can be complete opposites, and my friend is a very smart girl, very very smart girl. And I feel like if she wanted to try and manipulate me, she could do it, but you can never get me to do, half the things that she does. So I believe, based off of Jason's profiling and his character, I don't think that Damien could have influenced him to do something that severe, especially when the kid has no past of anything violent. So that would be a dramatic escalation. Like, let me, like Pat Brown, for instance, that's one thing that she uses a lot is, people, there's escalation levels. Well, Jason just went to being a straight murderer when he had no indications of being a violent kid, of being a rebellious kid. He had everything going for him, if anything. If anything, Jesse just brought him down with him. He threw his name in there. Oh, and of course, his affiliation with Damien. So, yeah, so Jason's profile and his history also is another reason as to why I am completely doubting their guilt. 100%.
And I will concede to you that out of the three, the evidence against Jason um, is not the strongest. There's certain things that have to link it together. So I will concede that. So now we're going to get into alibis. So
Hmm.
with the, I'm going to go with Damien Echols first. And here's the thing: no one can account for Damien's whereabouts from 5:30 to 9:20 p.m. And I'm going to lay that out. In a 2010 interview with CNN, Damien Echols claimed that at the time of the murders took place, he was on the phone with three different girls. Damien blamed his former counsel for not putting these three girls on the stand. And the murders are wildly believed to have occurred between 6:45 p.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. And in fact, some of the phone girl statements actually place Damien with Jason Baldwin during that time. Now, their statements, how do I put this? So, their statements would not have provided alibis for Damien. So, in fact, they would have provided evidence that actually they would have made better witnesses for the prosecution. And he was out of his home between 5:30 and 9:20 p.m. with Jason Baldwin on the night of May 5th, 1993. And if Damien would have thought that they would have made good witnesses, then he's a fool. And he said three girls, but it was actually four. So I don't know why he said three, but their names are Holly George, Heather Cleat, at least that's how you pronounce her last name, Dominique Tier, and Jennifer Bearden. So Damien claimed he talked to Holly George on May 5th. Holly told the police that she didn't talk to Damien that evening. She said that she spoke with him much earlier in the afternoon, around like 3 p.m. or 4 o'clock p.m. And that doesn't consist with the time of the murder. So it's interesting. He would think that she would have been a witness for him. Damien claimed that he spoke with Heather Cleat on the evening of May 5th, but Cleat said that she'd been unable to reach Damien until 10:30 p.m. She also mentioned that Holly George told her that Damien had been out walking around. And again, not sure why he thought she would make a good witness for him, but he does for some reason. Now, Damien's girlfriend, Dominique Tier, said that she last saw Damien around 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. on May 5th. She said that she did not speak with him again until Damien called her at around 10 o'clock p.m. that night. And perhaps the most damaging to Damien's case is Jennifer Bearden. Maybe that's the third one he's trying to leave out. So Bearden told police in a September 10th, 1993 statement that she called Jason's house between 4:15 and 5:30 p.m. on May 5th, 1993. And she says that Jason answered the phone and she talked to Jason and Damien for about 20 minutes or so. And Damien told her that he and Jason were going somewhere and to call him back at around 8 o'clock p.m. When Bearden called Damien's house at 8 o'clock, his grandmother answered. Damien's grandmother told Bearden that Damien wasn't there. In her police statement, Bearden, says that she finally reached Damien at around 9:20 p.m. Now, Damien made some kind of statement that he told his grandmother that, he wasn't there because, I guess Dominique was supposed to be there. And then he called her later. But I'm going to call bullshit on that. Bearden said that Damien told her that he had been out with Jason. He claims that they had been driven somewhere by Jason's mother. Problem is, Angela was at work from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., making it impossible that she took them anywhere. So we also have, I always say this actually complicates the Hollingsworth clan alleged sighting when they said Damien and Dominique, they saw him around like 9:30, 9:40 p.m., considering Jennifer's account of talking to Damien on the phone anywhere between 9:20 and 9:30 p.m. I know it was inferred that Dominique may have been confused for Jason due to the same like body build, long hair, all that stuff. It was also reported that they were muddy. But after thoughtful consideration, I don't know what to make of the Hollingsworth sighting. I think either way you look at it, if one is true and the other one is false, it's damning. It's just, I guess, at this point, pick your poison. And in addition to the May 9th, Damien, Jason, and Dominique told police officers that all three had gone to Jason's uncle's house that day, and where Jason mowed the lawn. Damien called his father for a ride. Damien's father picked up Damien, Jason, and Dominique around 6 o'clock p.m. at a nearby laundromat. They drove Jason and Dominique home, and then Damien went home with his father. But now we have on May 10th, Damien told police a different story. That he had been with Jason and Dominique at Jason's uncle's house earlier in the day. He called his mother for a ride. Damien's mother picked up Damien and Dominique, but not Jason, at the laundromat and drove Dominique home. Then Damien, his mother, his father, and his sister all visited the home of Randy and Susan Sanders, where they stayed from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m. This would mean that Damien and Dominique were picked up at the laundromat at around 2 o'clock or 2:30 p.m., not 6 o'clock p.m., as initially stated. And as they stated the day before, so when he got home, Damien talked on the phone with a girl named Holly George at around 11 to 11:30 p.m. But then the same day, Dominique Tier also talked to police. She said that she, Damien, Jason, and Ken Walker were at Jason's uncle's house when Jason mowed the lawn, and Damien's mother picked up Damien and Dominique from the laundromat. That time was about dark or just about to get dark. Sunset was around 7:48 p.m. Dominique says that she called Damien from her home, and he told her that he was tired and he was going to go to sleep. So the police reports adds Dominique's mother stated that Dominique came in when Time Tracks was on TV on Wednesday evening, and Time Tracks started at 7 o'clock p.m. On May 12th, Damien's mother, Pamela Hutchinson, told police that Damien called for a ride from the laundromat at 3:45 p.m. She picked up Damien and Dominique, drove Dominique home, and then arrived with Damien at 4 o'clock or 4:10 p.m. The whole family went to the Sanders home around 6 o'clock, 6:30 p.m., came home an hour later. Damien stayed home the whole night. Pam Hutchison said that she dropped off Damien's prescription at 12:30 p.m. Wednesday and picked up and filled the prescription Thursday morning. And then on May 17th, Susan Sanders confirms Pamela Hutchison's account. Susan Sanders stated that on May 5th, 1993, between 6:30 7 o'clock p.m., she left her residence and went to the Splash Casino in Mississippi. Her daughter, Stacy Sanders, told her that somewhere between 7 o'clock p.m. to 7:15 p.m., Damien and his mother showed up at her residence. They stayed for about 15 minutes and left. 2 days later, Damien's mother told her, and when I mean her, I'm referring to Susan Sanders, that the police would come by her house and ask her questions, and told her to remember that her and Damien came to visit on May 5th, 1993, that evening. Also told her that Damien didn't kill those boys, he was with her all night. Now, here's more on the Sanders alibi. I know it's a lot, and to tell you the truth, it's kind of confusing. On May 10th, 1993, Damien's mother, father, and sister all gave statements and told similar stories. Pam Hutchinson stated that she, Damien's father, Joe Hutchinson, and sister, Michelle Echols, were all in the car when they picked up Damien and Dominique at the laundromat at 3:45 p.m. They dropped Dominique at home, then went to a pharmacy to pick up Damien's prescription at 4:30 p.m. All four went to the Sanders home, arriving around 6:45 and staying 30 minutes, then returning home. Damien stayed home and talked on the phone all night. After that, Michelle Echols told the same story. Joe Hutchinson told the same story with the same times, except he couldn't remember if Damien had accompanied them to the Sanders home. When asked who all went with the Sanders, Joe Hutchinson, he hemmed and he hawed. It was me, Pam, Michelle, and if I'm not mistaken, I can't be positive because I'm trying to run this back in my mind, but Damien was with us, but I can't be positive. I can remember the three of us being there. So, two Sanders daughters gave statements supporting the alibi on September 2nd, 1993. Jennifer Sanders, age 11, told police that all four, Damien, Michelle, Pam, and Joe, visited the Sanders home at 7 o'clock p.m. and stayed 20-30 minutes. She said that she remembered the day because her boyfriend's band concert was the following night. She testified for Echols' defense at trial and told the same story. But now here's the problem. Prosecutors called the school band director as a rebuttal witness, who testified that the band concert had actually taken place Monday, May 17th, 1993. So also on September 2nd, 1993, Stacy Sanders, age 18, told the police that she had been across the street at her cousin's house that evening. She looked out the window around 7 p.m. and saw Damien, Pam, and Joe enter the Sanders home. Then a little later, she saw them leave. Stacy Sanders also had some confusion about the exact date of the visit. She remembered it was the first Wednesday in May because she said her parents went to Splash Casino, but she also remembered it as 2 days before Damien's arrest. Damien was actually arrested 29 days after the murders. So when he took the stand at trial, Damien agreed to the alibi his mother had arranged. Pam, Joe, Michelle picked up Damien and Dominique around 4 o'clock p.m. Later, Pam, Joe, Michelle, Damien visited the Sanders together. Aside from the visit, Damien stayed home all evening. However, the alibi collapsed in his exchange with prosecutor Brent Davis during cross-examination. Damien said that the story kind of changes to fit the facts, and Damien agreed. The jury clearly did not buy the Sanders alibi, and just what I mentioned before that, those phone calls that Damien mentioned that are supposed to alibi him, they all fall flat. I know that was a mouthful. I do apologize, but I thought it was important to put together. Um, Thoughts, counters, anything regarding that?
Mm. Yeah. So I can definitely agree with you on the fact that the alibi thing did not make them look good. Their alibis were kind of trash. That definitely was not a good look for them. But the Hollingsworth, what was her name? So so then I don't, that's not credible to me because
Mhm.
Narling and her family, they were in a car full of like with her family from what I researched. And the The problem was the person being picked up. It was believed to be Dixie Hufford, and
Mhm.
Narlene only stated that she was picking up Ricky, which completely contradicts, her story with the prosecution.
Mhm.
Later admitted, and then the prosecution later admitted that they mistook Dominique for Jason. Obvious, the prosecution did say that, and another thing is you're preluding to the fact that Dominique was with Damien when this all occurred.
No, well, before, yes, before it occurred, but there was different time frames of what was going
Hmm.
on.
Right.
And I actually, like I said, I won't dispute or argue with anyone if they don't find the Narlene Hollingsworth or the Hollingsworth clan thing to be credible, especially if Jennifer Bearden is talking to Damien at 9:20. He can't be talking to her at 9:20 and then she sees Damien and Dominique, or if Jason, if it was a mistake of identity, that's happening at 9:30, 9:40. Well, two of those things can't be true. So, if anyone wants to dispute it, I'm not going to argue it.
Oh
I
no,
think
I
that, yeah, lends more credibility to Jennifer Bearden's statement, and Damien seems to be a little afraid of that.
Right. The alibi thing, like I said, I real the alibis kept switching up and so on and
Mhm.
so forth because I Damien probably was like, okay, well, I'm going into a deeper shithole, so you got to
Mhm.
keep changing the stories. Usually when you're lying, which he very well might have could been, you have to, it keeps continuing. Another thing is a lot of people can't even recount things that they did even a couple days ago. I mean, I can't. I don't know if
Mhm.
you call that memory loss, if you want to call, people like us stupid. I don't know. But that's another thing that I believe played into it. And my only thing is what so according to according to what was said, this is for the guilty side. They said that apparently the night before, Jason called Jesse and said, "Hey, let's meet up," and that's how it all happened. They met up or whatever. They were all supposed to hang out. And why didn't Jesse mention Darlene in the confessions? Why she was like, it. I mean, I'm sure he would have mentioned her. That her name was not brought up at all. And another thing was that the Hollingworth thing, like I said, I mean, I don't find that to be credible. And the thing is, Dominique said, and this is on record too, that she actually got into a fight with Damien that night because he was out meeting up with three different girls. So I don't know. So that's another thing I heard. So that also makes me kind of be like, oh, well, that very may be true. Why would she said that he was talking to other girls, which you also confirmed, and she found out about it, and they got into a huge fight about it towards the later part of the evening. So yes, his alibi is questionable, but then there's other things that I heard, like based off of what I just told you about Dominique, that
Mhm.
makes me think that that very well could have happened. And also, why didn't Jesse mention Dominique at all? That's another thing that gets me suspicious. And then that's what I believe when it comes to that. My 3 points would be either he didn't remember, he was mixing things up, or yes, he could have been lying. But that's because he could have been lying due to him not remembering, because a lot of people do forget what they do on certain days, unless it's a special day,
Mhm.
like if it's someone's birthday, you're probably not going to forget what happened that day at that party or whatever it is. So I believe it could be due to, or maybe that night he was, up to something else. But and maybe that's why he didn't want to tell the truth, maybe about his alibi. That's another thing that people speculated on, is maybe he was up to something else that was no good, not murdering the boys, but maybe there was something else that he didn't want to admit to, or he just simply forgot. And like I said, Jesse never mentioned Dominique at all in regards to these confessions, and then the whole Narlene thing, and then the whole mistaking Jason for Dominique, and then and people in Narlene's family even said that she was an attention seeker and she was known to exaggerate things a lot.
Mhm.
So yeah, so there's a lot of confusion with that, so I don't really, yeah, the alibis are not solid. I never said that, but it's not the alibis that are making me believe in their innocence. I'm just telling you what I think may or may not have happened, and also what a lot of other people think may or may not have happened, and also what, and then there's a couple facts that I stated, about
Mm,
Dominique said we got into a fight that night because he was meeting up with three different girls. So that kind of doesn't, go hand in hand with what you're saying. And also, why didn't Jesse mention Dominique at all? So that's basically what I think about that. But like I said, when it comes to the alibis, are they strong? No, they weren't. Absolutely not.
mm.
So that's just my point of view.
Right. Well, I believe Dominique wasn't going to sell Damien out, but yeah, he was talking to three different girls. But even when the girls he was talking to, it wasn't at the time of the murders, and those girls, of course, denied, seeing him physically or being on the phone with him around the time of the murders were taking place. As far as Jesse bringing up like Dominique, or you said Darlene, did you mean Narlene at the time?
Oh, I did say Narlene. Did it sound like I said
Oh,
Darlene?
I may have misheard you, but yeah,
No,
I
I
well,
know, I
well,
know.
Jesse,
People.
yeah, if we are to believe Jesse, he left before Damien and Jason. So you know, in this case, I don't know why he would have any mentions of Dominique or Narlene. He wouldn't have had any interaction with them, to my understanding. But yeah, okay. So since we kind of like have an understanding that the alibis are weak, I would still like to bring up Jason's, and I would still like to bring up Jesse's, just for contextual reasons.
Mhm.
So, Jason, so we kind of have a possible explanation to why maybe, Damien didn't have a good alibi. And for whatever the mystery reason would be that he would be willing to not come forward with that in a murder trial. We have to see if that works for Jason and Jesse too. So with Jason, his alibis, they were flimsy. There would be different variations about like mowing his uncle's lawn. And we kind of touched on that when we were talking about Damien. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of just not get into that part of it because we seem to be in agreement, unless you insist. But we have some things here. Let's see. We'll just get into the Asian kid that Jason mentioned. There was this Asian kid witness who was playing a game at Walmart called Street Fighter 2. I remember it as a kid. The arcades were such a big thing for me. And so the name is Don Nam, and he said that he saw Damien, Dominique, and Jason on May 5th at Walmart, but he actually later said he was mistaken. And even if we took Don Nam's initial statement, let's just say if we took that as true, before he essentially retracted it, at face value, he had placed Damien and Jason with Dominique together at a place and at a time that contradicted their alibis. So, like saying like he had seen them shuffling away from Walmart, the Walmart payphone at about 6 o'clock p.m., only a little over a mile away from the crime scene, as theorized of the hours of the murders as they drew near. Per Damien and Jason settled upon story, they had split up slightly earlier and did not go to Walmart together. So Nam's first story would not have helped Jason, only hurt him. And yet Jason will continue to cite the Asian kid story as, someone that his lawyer should have called as an alibi witness. So that doesn't work. Now, Ken Watkins, his September 16th statement contradicted both Damien's alibi, that Damien was with his parents continuously from 3:45 p.m. onward that day, and at home and at the Sanders house, and Jason's alibi that Jason mowed his uncle's lawn from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m., then went to Walmart with Ken, then walked home. Now, Dennis Dent, he was a man who was dating Jason's mom at the time and lived with them. He described Jason arriving home around the time of Jason's mother's usual call from work at 9:30 p.m. And Dent indicated that the time may have been somewhat earlier, but not so early as to offer up an alibi. He also described Ken Watkins repeatedly showing up that evening looking for Jason and being disappointed that he was not home. Now, ultimately, Jason Baldwin's defense lawyers, they didn't have any confidence whatsoever in Jason's alibis, and understandably so. They did not call Herbert Bartosh. They did not call Ken Watkins, Matt Baldwin, his younger brother, or anyone that could have accounted for Jason's whereabouts on May 5th. They were all very flimsy. They contradicted each other. And Paul Ford, and I'm going to say something. I like Paul. I actually thought he was a good lawyer. I thought he was the best one out of the three, out of Dan Stidham, out of Val Price. I liked Paul Ford. And he was like I said, the attorney who represented Jason. And, he testified that he didn't call, on them in 1994 because he said the alibis were unreliable. And Ford said that he felt the prosecutors, they would have shot holes in Jason's alibis if the witnesses took the stand. And before we get on to Jesse's, is there anything you want to comment in regards to that?
Yeah, the things that we've discussed so far can, lead people to thinking that they're guilty, based off profiling, based off alibis. And yes, I am aware, and a lot of people did say that his alibi was actually the most confusing and the worst out of all three of theirs. And also the Asian kid thing, that's just another he said, she said thing. I don't really take that into consideration because there's a lot of he said, she said things that later on in the case gets recanted. There's people who perjured themselves on the stand. I mean, it's just connecting to a lot of the other things that we need to discuss. But yeah, his alibi, it
Mhm.
wasn't great. Absolutely. They could have ripped it apart. That's absolutely true. Like I said, I'm definitely not denying that about his alibi at all.
Right. But to be fair, Jason is the one that called his initial lawyer incompetent for not putting that Asian kid on the stand. Like that was Jason saying that. So it's not hearsay. Like this is something that like Jason, he basically was criticizing Paul Ford with. And yeah, Paul Ford knew. He's like, these alibis are bullshit. So what we're going to do, we're not going to go with trying to like prove these alibis or even try to prove your innocence. What we're going to do, and I thought it was the smartest defense strategy, we're going to keep our mouth shut. We're going to go with guilt by association with Damien, and we're going to skate free. And that to me was a very intelligent strategy. But I mean, if you would hear it from Jason, he would think otherwise. So that's why I bring up the Asian kid, because Jason is the one that seemed to have so much confidence in it.
And I'm sorry, Jason was away. What time did Jason say that the Asian kid supposedly saw them at Walmart?
Let me go back. Let me see if I have that here.
Because I have to, I want to know that just based off of I'm trying to also weigh his intelligence in my head in regards to that.
Let's see. So, yeah, there was an Asian kid witness who was playing a game at Walmart called Street Fighter 2. Dom Nam said that he had seen Damien, Dominique, and Jason on May 5th at Walmart, but later said he was mistaken. And even if we took Don Nam's initial statement before he essentially retracted at face value, he placed Damien and Jason with Dominique together at a place that contradicted their alibis, saying that he had seen them shuffling away from Walmart payphone at about 6 p.m. So it
Mm-hmm.
was before 6 p.m., but no later than 6 p.m.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I think that yeah, the alibis were bullshit, and I do believe that the defense did take the right stance on it because they were like, "You guys can't get your alibis, Jason, your
Mhm.
alibi, like it's all over the place. You're gonna make yourself look suspicious as hell." So I agree with
Mhm.
you. The defense did play it, very smart on their part, but like I said, that also really doesn't convey me towards them being guilty. I feel like there's so many factors that can go into the whole alibis thing as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and so like what I'm doing is like I don't have one particular piece that's going to prove it all. What I do is I look at totality of the evidence as everything as a puzzle piece. That one puzzle piece isn't going to show you the entire picture, but as you start putting those pieces together, you start to see an image. And so I understand, but that's something though that the thing is, if you were to talk to West Memphis Three supporters, they would just even disagree with you and go, "No, they had alibis. Their defense counsel were incompetent, and no one wanted to listen to their alibis. It's a conspiracy." And so that's why I bring up the alibis. So now we're going to get into Jessie Misskelley. After Jesse confessed on June 3rd, his father and friends they try to build an alibi for him. So one, that Jesse was in Highland Trailer Park around 6:30 p.m. and when the police responded to a disturbance, and two, that Jesse and friends drove to a different town around 7:30 p.m. to go wrestling. So when it came to the police disturbance, three police officers who had responded to the disturbance, call at Highland. One, and I hope I'm not butchering his last name, James Dollahite, Joe McCaffrey, and Jason Oliver. They testified that they did not recall seeing Jesse Jr. there. And in a TV interview after Jesse Jr.'s arrest, Jesse's father, Jesse Sr., stated that his son may have been with Damien and Jason, but he had nothing to do with killing the three boys. And that's a very odd initial statement because Jesse Jr., he testified that his DWI school class got out at 7 o'clock p.m. That night of the murders. At which point he drove home and spoke to Jesse Jr. around 7:15 p.m. And the prosecution also, they called the alcohol safety class teacher in as a rebuttal witness. And she confirmed that Jesse Jr. attended on May 5th. And she recalled that she did not dismiss class until at least 15 minutes to 8 that night. And the wrestling alibi, it also doesn't hold any credibility. Fred Revell, he testified at trial that he specifically remembered that Jesse was with him that night. And that's important to know. He was with him that night of the murders. And on cross examination, the prosecutor brought up a statement that Fred Revell, sorry, had given police on June 9th, 1993, a few days after Jesse's arrest. Revell gave a reason for remembering which day Misskelley went wrestling. He needed to go pay a guy named Charles Stone for a wrestling ring. And he picked Jesse up in Highland Trailer Park around 7 o'clock p.m. He gave Stone the money and it was deposited the next day, which would have been May 6th. The problem is the prosecution produced the receipt for $300 with Fred Revell's and Charles Stone's names. And the receipt was actually dated April 27th, and that was 8 days before the murder. And of course, you have the 12 witnesses for Jesse. But the thing is, none of this stuff holds up. That's why they offered both alibis, but none of them hold up. I don't believe the 12 witnesses. I believe that they're just trying to help Jesse out. We have to come with proof to also claim that those police officers were lying because they were saying Jesse was there. He talked to the police officers. They denied that flat out. So thoughts regarding that?
Yeah, that alibi was kind of weird as well. I do agree with that, but I mean, there's I a lot of people, including myself, we do believe in the he was apparently at the wrestling place that night. Five people testified in total that Jesse went to the wrestling event that night. And one of the people was a brand new person that even had like no loyalty to Jesse, like at all. Like I think it was like a new kid or something that joined the class. And even he was like, yeah, he was here that night. And he didn't owe Jesse anything. And I'm just talking about the five people in total that
Mhm.
I researched that testified. And also, another thing is in the Bible confession, Jesse was recounting his day. Why does he even add in the fight at the trailer park when Connie Molden slapped Cody off his bike and the police were called. He wasn't even aware that that actually kind of alibied him.
Well, it wouldn't be a surprise to me if he heard about it after after the whole thing, especially if it's becoming like the trailer park event that evening. I'm sure someone the next day or even that evening later on would have told him about it. And yeah, those five witnesses, they saw Jesse. It just wasn't on May 5th. It was April 27th.
Mm. Oh, well, you say tomato, I say tomato.
Agree to disagree. Okay, so
Yeah,
you know what?
like I said, the alibis, I mean, they're definitely twitchy. Even people, yeah, there's some people that are like, oh yeah, forget the alibis, like you mentioned earlier, that are pro West Memphis. But then there's people who are pro West Memphis that say, yeah, their alibis did kind of suck, but we still don't believe that they did it because there's so many other things in the case that it shows that they did not commit this murder. Well, murders. But yes, like I said, I'll admit the alibis were definitely not the strongest point.
Okay, let's talk about Jesse's multiple confessions and what led up to them. On the night of June 3rd, 1993, after Jessie Misskelley's confession and arrest, three police officers went to the Misskelley home, secured the scene, and waited for a search team to arrive. While they waited, the officers sat and talked with Jesse Sr. and his girlfriend, Lee Rush. All three officers testified that Lee described recent crying fits by Jesse. So she lived in the trailer with Jesse Jr. and his father. And leading up to his confession, she said that she would wake up to him hysterically crying and that it happened a number of times. When she would ask what was wrong, he said that his girlfriend was moving to Florida. Lee said that he was acting strange and she couldn't believe he would react this way because his girlfriend was moving. Detective Brian Ridge wrote a report about the events of June 3rd, 1993, describing the post polygraph pre tape recording sections of Jessie Misskelley's interrogation. And Ridge wrote, Jesse told of one occasion that he had gone to the scene of the murders and sat down on the ground and cried about what had happened. He had tears in his eyes at this time telling about the incident. I felt that this was a remorseful response about the occurrence and that he had more information than he had revealed up to this point. At about 2:20 p.m., Jesse told Inspector Gitchell that he was present at the time of the murders and began crying about what had happened. Jesse seemed to be sorry for what had happened and told that he had been there when the boys were first coming into the woods and where they were called by Damien to come over to where they were. At this time, the inspector and detective gave Jesse some time to compose himself and for them to compose themselves due to the emotional situation that had just began. They then prepared for the interrogation to be taped. So I think it's important to talk about Jesse's confession myths. The documentaries implied that Jesse was interrogated for 12 hours before confessing. That is a lie. Jesse arrived at the police station at 10 a.m. and confessed at 2:20 p.m. Only 2.5 hours of that time was spent in actual interrogation. Some, such as celebrities like Henry Rollins, told people that Jesse didn't have due process, which is another provable lie. Jesse's father consented for his son to talk to the police. He was questioned because he was a known friend of Damien Echols, who was a suspect in the murders. With additional written permission from his father, he was read his Miranda rights and given a polygraph exam, which he reportedly failed. At a pretrial suppression hearing on January 13th, 1994, the prosecution documented 4 occasions when Jesse had been read his Miranda rights, sometime in 1988, twice in late October 1992, and in March 1993. So Jesse was familiar with the process. The documentary's advocates, supporters, claim that Jesse was coerced into a confession and recanted immediately. And that is not true. Jessie Misskelley did not recant his confession after June 3rd, 1993. He continued telling his defense lawyers, Dan Stidham and Greg Crow the same story he told police. In his Rule 37 testimony, Dan Stidham said that Jessie first declared his innocence around, I believe, September 21st or September 24th, 1993, 16 weeks after his original confession to the police. Now, he did write letters to his family that he was innocent, but I think Jessie didn't have the heart to tell his family the truth. That's a hard thing to have to tell your family versus telling authority. And he was in conflict. And only he knows why he told law enforcement and his own lawyers that he was guilty while telling his family that he was innocent. The false confession defense did not come about because Jessie Misskelley insisted his confession was forced or pressured. It came about because Dan Stidham took up the false confession concept at the urging of Damien Echols' defense team, in particular, their private investigator Ron Lax. He recommended a man named Dr. Richard O'Shea. He was an expert on brainwashing, police interrogations, and false confessions. That was when Dan Stidham changed course. At no time before did Dan Stidham think his client was lying. Jessie himself didn't get with the program until weeks later. So does it make sense that the police can break Jessie down in a short period of time, but it has to take weeks for his lawyer to convince Jessie to do something that is in his own best interest? To me, it doesn't seem he's as suggestible as people claim. And after the false confession defense failed at trial, Jessie returned to his original truthful admission of guilt. On the day he was sentenced to life plus 40 years of the murders, in February 4th, 1994, he got into a police car and confessed to the officers all the way to prison. He did so again on February 8th to his lawyer, Dan Stidham. Jessie confessed again on February 17th, 1994, but this time to the prosecutors. At the start of the confession, the prosecutors noted that Jessie had not been promised any deals for his testimony. His attorneys begged him not to give this confession, but he gave it anyway. Jessie made it clear he wanted something done about it. There's West Memphis Three supporters who seem to believe Dan Stidham's account that Jessie was kidnapped by the state and strong-armed and told it was in his best interest to help them. This was not proven whatsoever. Jessie wanted to testify, and Dan Stidham refused to cooperate. At one point, Jessie got fed up with Stidham and only wanted to talk to Greg Crow. Simply put, Stidham made wild and fantastical claims that have no basis in reality. It is true, Jessie's recorded statements contain numerous inaccuracies, details which contradicted the known facts of the case, and pro-West Memphis Three supporters claim that's proof of coercion, but the defense's own expert witness, Warren D. Holmes, who specialized in the field of police interrogation techniques, said that police did not do anything wrong in that regard. Holmes also said that he would have done the same things himself. Holmes' complaints were about the time and the ligatures. He argued those things were not immediately cleared up, but also in his testimony, he stated that when you are interviewing someone, you don't stop them to start cross-examining them. The goal is to keep them talking. Then he later stated that, yes, they cleared up the time, but not the ligatures. But Jessie didn't mention what the kids were tied up with until the second statement anyway. Holmes said on the problems with time and the ligatures, he gave a few possible explanations. He could have been doped up or had a faulty memory. Jessie abused huffing gas, drinking alcohol, and smoking weed, which all can lead to memory deficits. So once again, the defense's own experts said that could account for any of these problems. He also mentioned other factors like the indication of relief after a confession. What did Jessie do after he admitted to the crime? He cried. Another indicator was that if a detective mentions something, the confessor will correct them. An example, Gitchell asked whose car were they in, then, you can call that a leading suggestible question, right? But Jessie doesn't buy into this suggestion. Instead, he corrects Gitchell and told him they walked. Another example is when Detective Ridge asked if Stevie, Michael, and Christopher had been in the water with them before the crime occurred. Instead of agreeing with the question, um, he instead says that no, they were not in the water with the boys. So most importantly, Holmes said that 99% of the time there will be details that will be inconsistent, will be left out, and threads that don't connect. But 99% of the time in those cases, the defendant is guilty. Detectives made it known that they believed Jesse was intentionally lying about the time for his own reasons, maybe just to mess with them, or maybe to give himself an alibi, or just maybe his memory was messed up. Police and prosecutors didn't believe every word Jesse said on June 3rd, 1993, and said as such, but they believed his confession was honest on the fundamental issue that he, Jason, and Damien committed the murders. After his conviction, Jesse gave his own reasons for the discrepancies. Officer Moody, in his account of Misskelley on February 4th, 1994, in the police car confession, he reported Jesse said that he lied about the time of the crime and that saying it was brown rope instead of shoelaces to tie up the three boys was just a way to trick the police and see if they were lying. In his February 17th, 1994 recorded confession, Misskelley accounted this ruse again about the brown rope. He told prosecutor Brent Davis he made it up to get the police off track. Now, let's think about that. So, in one of Jesse's statements, he exposes himself without even realizing it. He said, well, after all this stuff happened that night, they had done it, I went home about noon. He said it happened at night, but he went home at noon. Night and noon are completely different, clearly. I don't need to convince anyone that noon is nowhere near that time. Either way you slice it, Jesse is either bad at knowing the time or he slipped up when he was trying to tell the police that he went home at noon while using the word that night. Jesse wanted to downplay his own role in the crime and blamed everything on Damien and Jason. He screwed up early in his first recorded statement when he admitted chasing down Michael Moore and preventing his escape. That act alone made him fully culpable in Michael's murder. But throughout his June 3rd, 1993 statements, he repeatedly downplayed his own responsibility compared to Damien and Jason by using, and then I left. And that was one of his ways of doing that. In his February 1994 confessions, Misskelley admitted greater participation in the crimes, hitting the victims with sticks, helping pull out their shoelaces to tie them up. Anyone can argue that Jesse pointed in the wrong direction where he chased down Michael Moore, but it is clear now that Jesse lies to minimize his actions. And like I said, he has memory deficits. It's faulty. It's probably why such things like the anal rape discrepancy is a mystery. Jesse said that he saw Jason and Damien screwing the boys, and at one point he said Damien was screwing one of them. I don't mean to be vulgar, but up the ass and stuff. Jesse said the same thing in his February 4th, 1994 and February 17th, 1994 statements, but the autopsy did not show any signs of anal rape on the three victims, or at least not definitively. So what really happened? Well, one possible explanation is that Jason and Damien took their pants off, made scurrying motions with their victims, but never actually achieved penetration, and grabbed the kids by the ears and perhaps not sticking their members in their mouths. While still, it's disgusting to do that by rubbing something in their face. I don't see any proof that they didn't do the oral thing. I really don't know where people are coming up that didn't happen. I don't really know how you can show evidence of that, but I think the thing with the ears, I think, is pretty self-explanatory what they were trying to do. And remember, Jesse was drinking whiskey, and he's also trying to remember things with an intoxicated mind. And as we know, he's not very articulate with words, and he's trying to explain and fill in the gaps the best he can. Having said that, he correctly described details of the crime that had not been made public. The most telling detail, Jesse correctly identified which boy had been cut on his face, which was Stevie Branch, which boy had been cut on his groin or bottom, that was Christopher Byers, and which boy had not been cut at all, and that was Michael Moore. There were widespread rumors that one victim was sexually mutilated, but the breakdown of each victim's injuries had not been made public. In addition, in one of his confessions, he mentioned throwing a bottle of whiskey under an overpass bridge out of disgust. He said it was with him before, during, and after the crimes. The brand of whiskey was Evan Williams. And Dan Stidham stated that if he found the broken pieces of that bottle where Jesse said it would be, then he would believe his client. He, along with Inspector Gitchell and the prosecutors, went where Jesse indicated the broken pieces of the bottle would be. They found the broken pieces and then they went to a liquor store. They were able to properly match it to the Evan Williams brand. Jesse also stated that Vicky Hutchinson bought him the bottle of whiskey on that day. She bought two bottles, one for his friend and one for Jesse. They asked Vicky, and she confirmed she did in fact buy him that brand of whiskey on the day of the murders. Like anyone, Jesse didn't want to go to prison, but he was having a hard time with what he had done. That's why he initially denied any involvement. Once he was caught, he wanted to limit his involvement. That's why he fudged details or perhaps remembered some things incorrectly and downplayed his role in the crime. This is quite common with criminal confessions, but I also think Jesse was angry with Damien and Jason after getting him involved. In the end, Jesse did not testify against Damien and Jesse due to the badgering of his attorney, Dan Stidham. I consider this the ultimate betrayal of a client by his own attorney in hopes of more publicity for himself. Dan Stidham put a lot of pressure on Jesse not to testify. Dan Stidham had Damien's lawyer, Val Price, and Jason's lawyer, Paul Ford, cross-examine Jesse, and all three of them were hell-bent that he not testify. It wasn't because they all knew he was lying. It was because they knew he was telling the truth and his testimony would sink Damien and Jason's chance of an acquittal. So I'm sure you got a lot to say in counterpoint, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it to you now to make your counterpoint.
Yeah. So according to what I researched and well, from what I find to be credible sources, Jesse was sent there a month later, and somebody that was at the scene of the crime, somebody working in the department, one of them said they admitted to slipping up about details coming out about the crime scene. So after a month goes by, Jesse already probably heard the details. He knew certain things just because of that. Because people were not as quiet as they had claimed to be, and like I said, they even had somebody in the department had admitted that that he did talk to a person or two about that. And we all know how the game of telephone plays, and so on and so forth. And so I know that the interview, yeah, and his father said to Jesse, because Jesse originally apparently told his father, like, oh, I know something about, I think I saw this kid near the scene or something like that. He had a tip that he wanted to go talk to them about, which obviously the father then jumped on it because, they're poor. And he was like, okay, well, go. I want you to go. I'm giving, you permission to go. So, I mean, I guess they use that, like the father gave permission. Meanwhile, I believe the father should have been there, and an attorney. At 9:45 to 10 a.m. the interview started. 11:30 a.m. they hooked him up to a polygraph test, which is definitely a load of garbage. It can't be used in a court of law. And and there have been people who have passed the polygraph test even though they were guilty as sin, like Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. He passed with flying colors even though he killed multiple women. So the polygraph test, that's out the window for me too. So 2:44 p.m. is apparently when Jesse initially made the first confession on tape. So, and then he said that before that whole confession was taped, they had rehearsed things with him to say it on tape. And that's what he said. And he said that, you know, they rehearsed it with him, and he said that they were yelling at him. And you know, it sounds like to me that, you know, the read technique was kind of utilized in this. They saw a vulnerable person. I don't know if you ever watched my video of the read technique. I did on my channel. The read technique was created back in like 1950s by some guy named John Reed or something like that. You know, what they do is they take advantage of vulnerable people like Jesse, great target, and they'll yell at them. They'll tell them that they saw them somewhere. They'll use all types of these aggressive techniques in order to get the person to confess to things that they didn't even do. And Jesse did say that he was never given food or water. And apparently, and like I said, Jesse mentioning the screwing of the boys, you know, it was not proven. Apparently, he said that there was wild orgies in the woods that Jason and Damien would participate in, which was not ever proven to be true. And how come Jesse was never taken to the crime scene to corroborate this info? You know, they went, but why didn't Jesse go there to corroborate the info? That should have been done. And apparently, he was asked 340 questions in total, and 12 of them were open ended, 211 of them were targeted just yes or no. And yes or no open ended questions, that's like, if we're going to believe in the whole polygraph thing, that could be the reason as to why he failed the lie detector test, if we're going to believe that angle, because asking open-ended questions, like sometimes you need to ask something directly, especially if they're saying yes or no, you know. So that's another reason, which I definitely found that to be like discredited. And like I said, there should have been somebody present there. The detectives, I'm sorry, detectives described the crime scene to Jesse when they were not recording. Only once Jesse was fed the info is when they started actually recording everything. And like I said, they had rehearsed prior to that, and I got that off a credible source. I do believe in the source that I got it off of, and Jesse said that as well. And first instance, Jesse was he was not correct about the crime scene out of several options. And the said we already went on the said victims being raped. So that past that, Gary Gitchell. Then even you could see this in one of the in one of the interrogations, that Gary Gitchell, he then starts to lead Jesse to say the groin area, because at first Jesse said, "Oh, the bottom," and Gary Gitchell was like, "Oh, you mean the groin area?" And he was like, "Yeah." So that's also kind of making those people that were interrogating him to seem questionable and shady. And like I said, just taking advantage of a vulnerable person with the read technique. And he Jesse also claimed that the boys were beaten with clothes on, despite there being no clothes even found on the boys. And if Jesse left once they started, you know, quote unquote raping, how did he know about all the, you know, smaller details? And like I said, the confession was given a month afterwards, so that by that time the whole town knew about the case. And I ultimately believe that Jesse really did go in there for the reward money, and that his father made him do it. And he kept telling he told his family the whole time he was innocent. And I know some people are going to say, well, of course he's not going to admit it to his father, but Jesse seemed to be intimidated by his father from what I had read. And I believe that family members ultimately do find out at the end, you know, or in the beginning, that their kid is not guilty or not guilty, and parents will lie for their children's on the stand. Jesse, Yes, he did claim that he was running in the running after Michael, but he was running in the opposite direction. Then he claims he brought Michael back, but ultimately he was running in the opposite direction. So, and if you also like believe Jesse's reasoning for getting so much wrong early on, or lying about it, or him throwing it off, like I would like to know which confession it is that you do believe in. If you do believe that everything was kind of a lie, or or they were throwing him off. So I just want to know which confession you believe in personally. And in the Bible confession, while Jesse was recounting his day, why did, like I said before, why did he add in the fight at the trailer park when Connie Malden, she slapped Cody off of his bike and the police were called? He wasn't even aware that alibied himself. And Jesse also claimed that the boys, they were thrown in the water over their heads, but actually the water was 2 to 3 feet deep, and shouldn't he be able to remember the slightest detail? And also, when it comes to alcohol, I believe that it depends on how drunk he was. We don't know. Nobody did an alcohol test on him. The breathalyzer. I there's plenty of people who can remember everything with alcohol. Yeah, and then there's some people who don't remember. So that's really not a valid. I don't think that's really like a solid um stance in regards to that. And the on the way to him giving these confessions, the police officer actually told him, just blame it all on Jesse and Damien, and like save your own ass. And he's like, and then they'll cut you a deal, And at that point, Jesse had, uh, said so much crap. So he was kind of like stuck. So at that point, he was like, I should probably listen to this police officer. Um, because like I said, he was told on the way there, like just say it, just say you did it, and just throw Damien and Jason under the bus. And another thing was, mind I tell you, so okay, so Dan Stidham was brought in as a defense attorney by the state. He actually did believe that Jesse did it, but essentially he was working on a deal with the state for him to testify against Damien and Jason. So that's why it went on for many months, because once they got prosecuted, I guess that kind of like they were like, well, what the hell, Jesse ended up getting no deal cut for him, after confessing. And usually when people are apparently confessing, they are usually cut deals. But he wasn't. He got life without parole. So and so yeah, so and then Dan was interviewing him in a way that involved repeating the information he told the detectives, apparently. And Jesse thought that Dan was a police officer. Apparently, he thought that. Jesse, however, was telling his family he was innocent, but in front of authority, he would just go along with it. Yes, that's known. And the Dan Stidham was on record. He suspected. Okay, yeah. Jesse about the deal to testify against Damien and Jason. Dan Stidham is on the record saying he suspected the prosecution had word about this deal. So to get Jesse to testify. And Officer Moody in his notes say that Jesse said that Officer Callahan, but actually it was Dolhite, I believe is how it's pronounced, was lying about seeing Jesse on the night of May 5th, because that was another thing that was thrown in there. And Jesse, he didn't even realize that he talked to Officer Dolhite. He was over an hour away from, when the boys went missing, is something that I do believe in based off the resources that I researched. And Donson said that Dolahite committed perjury on the stand. So why would Jesse be putting himself an hour away from the scene at Highland Trailer Park at 6:30 p.m. if this was a supposed real confession? And there was no sign of a struggle, at all. I believe that these boys who didn't know these three other boys, they would have put up some sort of struggle. There was no defensive wounds really that they discovered. I don't know if I'm 100% right about that, but I recall there wasn't. And and the boys, what another thing was that the boys were, their clothes was taken off, I guess, and it was not ruined. It was taken off either very carefully, or the
They were
boys
turned
were.
inside out.
Hello.
They were turned inside out.
Yes, they were turned inside out. That's what it was. Sorry, I'm getting a
That's
little
all right.
dry here. There's just so many things that I have to try to remember. Yeah, they
That's all
were
right.
turned inside out. So I'm thinking, like, what? I mean, they were either taken off them with much care for some reason, and I don't see why those boys would have, carefully took off the clothes, or why they would even touch the clothes, because that could leave DNA on it. And or they were told to take off the clothes on their own. And let me see something else I had in here. Boom, 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 boom. Several things. Sorry, I had another thing to go off about the confession. Like I said, so much to remember, and hopefully you remember the points that I did make, because I just threw a whole bunch of things at you as well.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a few I'll counter, but at least I'm going to try to remember to. But no, that's okay. You're making your point.
oh yes, thank you. Yeah, I asked you. I told you a bunch of couple little things, and then sometimes when I listen to you, I'm just like, it's just that big of a case with so many
Mhm.
different details, with so many different accounts of what happened, so many back and forth. So it's very hard to actually keep up with. And like I said, why wasn't it's like the biggest thing that does bother me is why wasn't he taken there to corroborate the info? They should have done that. And like I said, I believe him when he said that he was rehearsed beforehand. He was given no food or water. His father should have been there. Instead, his father just gave permission, because all the father cared about was a reward money. Once he heard Jesse was like, Dad, yeah, I got a little tip that I heard about. So I don't think he went there out of remorse, and he was, feeling so bad about killing these boys. I mean, there's just so many things that, and like the perjury on the stand, and, him being promised to get cut a deal, and then it didn't happen. He got life in prison. That's why he lied for months. That because he thought the whole time that he had to keep going with this, because he thought he was going to get cut a deal. Because at that point it was too late for him to just go back and say that he was purely innocent. If he and so at that point he's like, well, at least let me get myself a deal cut. I was told by the officer in the patrol car, hey, just testify against them, and you'll get a deal cut, or they'll even maybe let you go. And what else was there? Yeah, I already went over the liquor thing with you. Um, Officer Rudy. Yeah, I think I covered all the points. I'm probably gonna do, like you said earlier, go back and hit myself over the head and be like, damn it, why didn't I just why didn't I mention that to him? But like I said, I have so many notes that I made about the confession. And like I said, I think the going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth
Mhm.
invalidates the confession. Um, and like I said, Jesse was a vulnerable target. I know I sound like a broken record, but yeah, there's a lot of problems with this confession overall.
Okay.
Confessions. And like I said, I really want to know which confession that you do believe in.
Okay. So let's see. Where are we going? One, I do not believe, and there is nothing to validate or substantiate that the police off the recording coached Jesse into what to say. Because I believe if that were to be the case, it would have been far more better the first time. So I don't believe that at all. Um, I also do not believe that Dolahite committed perjury. He's never been committed of perjury. So I
It
mean
was
that's
on record.
no, he didn't commit perjury. What happened, what most likely happened is that people told Jesse about that event that happened that night, the day after or a couple days after. So he can say that, but he didn't commit perjury. So,
Hmm.
no. Let's back up and let's get into what you're saying about Dolomite. Dan Stidham was the one who floated this accusation, and it's outright slanderous. There is no basis in fact for Stidham's claim of perjury. A claim isn't record for such a thing. If Dan Stidham, for Dan Stidham to suggest Deputy James Dolomite lied on the stand, that's both unethical and unprofessional. The jurors did not believe any of Jesse's witnesses at trial because they had placed him in multiple places at once. In Paradise Lost 3, Jesse stated he was hours away wrestling, and based on the factual evidence, we know that's not true. He doesn't lean on the trailer park alibi, which should be evidence of how weak that was. Other witnesses on his behalf, and those witnesses tried to cover for Jesse, and they were found not to be credible. John Fogelman did an excellent job summing up the many problems with the alibi testimony in his closing argument. And Dan Stidham argued his case representing Jesse, and his strategy was always just to throw shit on the wall, hoping something would stick, and it didn't. Let's get into some other things that you mentioned. There is nothing to indicate that Jesse Sr. forced his son to talk to police. The police wanted to talk to Jesse because they wanted to check the possibility of him being a witness to homicide, or if he overheard something from Damien or anyone concerning the homicide. There's no evidence that Jesse was coached by police to make a false confession. If that was the case, there wouldn't have been as many inaccuracies, such as the initial time frame of the murders and the rope and shoestring discrepancy. As far as the read technique being used, yeah, okay. But that is a far cry from coaching Jesse to lie and confess. I also think there's some arbitrary nitpicking going on. I don't understand how Jesse saying injuries occurred on Chris's bottom and then having it reaffirmed to the groin area as some sort of leading statement. We both agree that Jesse doesn't have the best verbal skills. He's not a literal genius, so it can't be chalked up to that. And you claim that Jesse was given or was not given food or drink, and that's also factually not true. In the Jessie Misskelley timeline report, it stated that at 3:22 p.m. Jesse Jr. was offered food, which he declined, and was given 2 cigarettes. At 5:05 p.m., Jesse asked if he wanted any food, in which at that point he said yes, and at 6:15 p.m. Jesse was fed. So I don't know where you're getting this, that he wasn't fed or wasn't allowed to have anything to drink. That's not true. And as for the clothes being carefully taken off, I don't see evidence that they were carefully taken off. I mean, why? Because they weren't shredded into pieces? I don't get it. The pants were found inside out, which would show some sort of forceful removal. As for the defense wounds, I don't believe the boys had much of a chance to defend themselves by bigger teens. There's also no evidence that Jesse thought his lawyers were cops. This was a claim later made by Dan Stidham, which has no basis in reality. And this was in the book Devil's Knot. Maura Leverett quoted Stidham saying that Jesse had no idea what a defense attorney was, which is laughable. He didn't understand the concept. To him, a lawyer was just a person who was part of the justice system. He thought Dan Stidham and Greg Crow were detectives. And I mean, it's an extraordinary claim with no evidence other than Stidham say so. But Maura Leverett presented it as truth, and pro West Memphis Three supporters, they still parrot that same thing to this very day. And you mentioned the direction where Jesse said he retrieved Michael as he tried to flee the woods, and how he pointed to the opposite direction of when it happened. I already covered that. We've already established Jesse isn't very smart. We established his abuse of huffing gas and drinking alcohol and how it can affect memory. It's a minute point to argue which direction Jesse pointed to, as you know, as far as which direction he chased down Michael. The fact is, he said he did it, and it was further away from the two other boys. As for why Jessie recounted the police call when Connie slapped Aaron, the police call began around 6:30 on the day of the murders. There had been a similar call the day before. So, I mean, it's most likely Jesse was confusing times, which he seems to do a lot. So, take it for what it is. I think he's just kind of remembering things a little wrong. He's a little fuzzy. He gets confused. That doesn't mean he's not involved, but it does account for why these things aren't always accurate. And as for which confession I believe there were truths and mistruths in all of them, either deliberately or by faulty memory. I already made my case when I said Holmes stated that 99% of the time there will be details that will be inconsistent, will be left out, and threads that don't connect. But 99% of the time in those cases, the defendant is guilty. And so you brought up that someone fed Jessie Misskelley before he was interviewed by police information about particular wounds that were on the bodies. And you said it was someone from Search and Rescue. And well, that person's name is Kevin Johnson. Kevin lived in Highland Trailer Park in Marion. He lived next door to Jessie. Kevin was a member of the Crittenden County Search and Rescue Squad. Kevin initially said that he told Jessie that one of the boys were beaten and castrated. Kevin said he didn't know where Jessie Misskelley was on May 5th. Kevin gave some information regarding the injuries to the children to Jessie, but no one else. And he said that he said it was in the papers. But here's the thing. Kevin didn't know which one or if all the boys had their genitals removed. He only had general information. If Jessie knew which one had their genitals removed, then he wouldn't have gotten that information from Kevin because Kevin didn't know. And in conclusion, Kevin's testimony doesn't prove anything. Also, if Jessie had prior knowledge that they were tied up with shoelaces, which was also mentioned, then why didn't he use that in his confession, since it is believed that he got the genital mutilation from his friend, but not the other thing? Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mm, okay. Well, the thing is, it's like a lot of the things that we're throwing at each
Mhm.
other, it's all speculation, or we think it happened, or we're trying to go by logic, you know. And like I said, the fact that they did not take him to the crime scene to corroborate this info. Why? That's kind of sketchy. That makes them look very sketchy to me. They should have did that. That should absolutely have been done. And Jesse said that he was being screamed at, and he was also told, like, yeah, we saw you at Terrell at a cult meeting. Like, he was fed so much information. And Jesse, he wanted to blah 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 blah. Yeah. So, oh, also Jesse said that he wanted to get out of there at one point, which made him just confess more, because apparently they showed him a picture of Christopher Byers' face. And he said that he just wanted to get the hell out of there. He didn't want to look at it, that he was like really disturbed and like scared of the photo. Um, and like I said, he said that they kept okay, but because I'm assuming because he's not smart or bad memory, he frequently kept getting things wrong, even though they rehearsed it. So they rehearsed it several times before the tape was turned on, according to research. And Jesse also confessed to never killing a dog and not even knowing what a cult was. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go off topic real quickly. This was something I forgot to mention earlier. Um, well, all in all, there was too many things off for it to be considered a credible confession and deeming him 100% guilty. I especially want to know why that he didn't go back, why it wasn't corroborated. So apparently on May 5th, he said he works until 5 p.m., but his employer said that no, I let him off at 12 noon. So Jesse apparently said he was at a wrestling match that evening. So after getting off work, he met with friends. The reason why he said that the murders were committed in the morning was because he did not want it to conflict with his alibi about working until dinner time. And there was proven to be he did have a friend in search and rescue, which was proven, that told him about, the bottom area being messed with. And he initially Damien and he initially, I believe, said something about Damien and Robert Birch, but he changed his mind later and replaced Robert with Jason, because he knew Jason carried knives around. So he thought, oh, okay, well, that'll make him look more believable. And he was actually babysitting that night, Stephanie Dollar's children, at 4 p.m. And then he went to the wrestling match at 7 p.m. And this was, like I said earlier, was verified by 5 people that testified. I don't believe that they were lying, or tried to commit perjury. And there was this one kid, like I said, who had he didn't owe Jesse a damn thing in the world. And he was a brand new kid that was at wrestling, that said, yeah, I saw that dude there. So yes, that was another thing I forgot to mention to you earlier, so I apologize about that. Like I said, there's going to be moments where we go back and we're like, "Oh wait, crap, we got to tell this side of the story." So that was something I did forget about. But yeah, like I just need to. They didn't take them there to corroborate the info, so that makes them look sketchy to me. So I'm gonna believe Jesse in when he says that they had him rehearse things. And like I said, at that point, it was so wild, and they had this uh, a slow kid fall into their lap, and they took advantage of it. They wanted to get the case going, and then they paved the way for Jesse, and Jesse thought he was going to get cut a deal. Jesse is not smart. He didn't make smart moves, obviously, when it came to this, but there's so many things wrong with the confession, so it's just not credible at all. So this being the big shooting gun for everybody, I just think is it's garbage.
Mhm.
That's just how I look at it. That's my thing. And apparently you said you don't know, or you never heard of the corroboration as to why Jesse wasn't taken there.
No, I said I'm not made aware if they actually
Oh,
did or not.
okay.
I'll assume that they did it. I don't think that's grounds for a mistrial or for innocence. But trying to remember some of the things that you said. So, for example, whether it's the groin area or the bottom area, again, we're all agreeing that this kid is not Shakespeare. But when we want to cherry pick what he should know, then like if he says bottom versus groin, all of a sudden he's supposed to say groin instead of bottom, even though that's the general area. So like for me, it's like
But
we're
remember, I said,
nitpicking.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Remember, I did say he had a friend in search and rescue. This was verified. You could look that up if you wanted to do deeper research, that told him about this beforehand, and it was
Well,
confirmed.
no, it wasn't confirmed. That the person you're speaking of, and I mentioned earlier, that was Kevin Johnson, and his testimony fell apart during cross
Yeah, I mean,
examination.
basically, what we're both going off of, we're just not agreeing with what, we researched, what each of us researched. You're basically you're agreeing with, what the people that found him guilty, would say. Well, there's no evidence of, Jesse being fed information prior to him. There's no evidence that the guy in the police car told him to make sure that he just lies, and then says, oh, you'll definitely get a plea deal out of this. It's all, I mean, it's just basically, all uh,
Mm. I
it's
would call it conjecture.
speculatory.
Yeah, I would call it conjecture. Yeah.
Yeah. But and let me see what else there was. Yeah, he got so many things wrong. Jesse was 2 feet 3. I think the only thing is, like I said, if he left early because he was so disgusted, like how did he know about all those small details that happened later on that he's claiming?
Because he's becoming more forthright as we're going along. That to me, that's he's being more truthful. That's the way I see it. So, you know, and I also want to point before I forget because I don't want to miss this. So keep in mind, even when he failed that polygraph test, Jesse could have said, oh, you're trying to pin this on me? Well, either let me go, which is my right, or I need a lawyer. And he would have that right. And of course, I know Jesse, he just didn't have that kind of mental capability to make those decisions. I hear that all the time. But he could, but he didn't. He didn't do that, but he knew it because he knew his Miranda rights. And he was told his Miranda rights multiple times that day. He didn't need daddy there for him to say, you know what? I'm done. I'm done talking to you. Can I go? And if they go, no, you can't leave, we're going to detain you. Okay. I need a lawyer. I need to call my father. So they've never in any time ever said, like, and again, Jesse Sr. could have been there. There was nothing preventing Jesse Sr. from being there. Jesse just signed up and just said, whatever, have fun, because he's not thinking that his kid is a murderer. He's not thinking his kid is involved, and even at that point, the police didn't know. They just thought they were talking to someone who knew Damien may have been a part of this crazy little thing that was going on, and they wanted to see if he had any information that he could provide. I think
You don't think?
the police were
Oh,
shocked. The police were shocked when Damien, because they think he's going to be like, oh, he's going to give us information that of what Damien and Jason, well, not even Jason at that point, just Damien. Damien said something to him. He's going to give us information of things that Damien said. And now here we are, and Jason, as we further go along, Jesse's implicating himself into it.
yeah.
Like,
He is very dumb. I mean, just like I said, that the kid made a colossal mistake. And when we go with profiling, since we did that earlier, since the people that think the West Memphis is guilty. Okay, we could use the profiling against Damien and James and Jesse um, when it's needed, but we can't use the fact that Jesse really was slow as hell, and that they could have easily manipulated him and used the read technique on him, and that they could have really they caught a vulnerable person that they could take advantage of, and yeah, and they did a good job at that.
and maybe they did use the re technique, but still, my contention with this is that not all murderers are Hannibal Lecter smart. Like, they're dumb. Otis O'Toole, dumbass. Like,
Yeah.
absolute dumbass. So, like, you do have dumbass killers, and so I mean, it's not the police's fault that he's stupid. Like, that's not their fault. And yeah, they're trying to say, okay, Jesse, we're trying to understand this. You're telling us this isn't truthful, like such as the time and other little things. The police know that. And if that would have continued onward, they've been like, we don't know what this kid's unreliable. We cannot use this to arrest him, and we cannot use it to go arrest Damien and Jason. So, it's in their interest to make sure that, yes, this is going to hold up in court. And there's just a lot of as far as contradictory statements of saying, well, they're going to coach him to say the right things, but he's saying the wrong things, and that's going to work great for us in trial. And I think a lot of that is misinterpreted as in, this is a kid who is minimizing his involvement. He was also drunk when it happened. So even when he wants to be as truthful as possible, some things are truthful, yes, some things aren't. But then there's also a gray, fuzzy area because he was drinking. And it was Jesse that said he was drunk. It wasn't the police that put that in his mouth. That was Jesse who said it. So, this is definitely an area where we're going to agree to disagree on it. I mean, no one's going to, and I knew that, and I think you knew that too.
Yeah, of course, of
But
course. I mean, like, you are saying that wasn't said or done. I'm telling you that wasn't said or done. I do see that. I mean, like you said, well, according to what Jesse's saying, either he's lying or he's telling the truth. He said that they pressured him and they led him to say all the correct details. It was only recorded when it was convenient for them. And the and you don't agree with that. You're saying, well, where's the proof? And you're, I think you said you need to double check about the cooperation, or you said that it's not necessary for them to corroborate it. I think you kind of said something along those
No,
lines. Did
no,
you?
I didn't say that at all. I said I don't know if they took him
Okay.
to the crime scene.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure of. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I'm not sure. Do I think it is absolutely positively, like, is it a deal breaker of the case of Innocence if they didn't do it? No, I don't believe that. Should they have done it? Yeah, I will concede if they didn't do it, they should have. I thought that they talked about saying, I thought there was a mention of saying, if we took you to the crime scene, can you walk us through it? Whether that was whether that actually happened or not, I don't know offhand. I
Uh,
don't. And I can only answer honestly. I don't want to make a story, or
oh
say that
yeah,
that it
absolutely.
happened. But yeah, so yeah, and see, there's still, like, with if there's the burden of proof of guilt, there also needs to be the burden of proof. If the cops did that, then there needs to be proof of that, and there's not,
Mhm.
and that becomes, well, this is what Jessie is saying far down the line, that they were mean to me, they were yelling at me, they were telling me to say this and that, and all of a sudden, wow, he has perfect memory all of a sudden.
But you think that you don't believe at all that the town of West Memphis wasn't leaked information? A lot of this was a humongous case in a small town, and a lot of people were talking about it. You don't think in that 1 month Jesse was able to compile some information from what happened?
There
Even
were
though he got
general
some things
yeah,
wrong.
there were general things that were said, and one of it was mutilation of one of the kids, but they didn't say who it was. No one had that information. So why there was general information of things that were going on, but until someone can provide evidence and proof 100% that these particulars were stated, and that Jesse had intimate knowledge of that before that, based on other people, but like the general, and what I need is, well, so and so said, it has to be proven. Like, was it in the newspaper? Is there a television segment that was saying those things? But a lot of it was a lot of general information, but there were certain things that people did not know.
I'm gonna be, and see, this is gonna be another thing that I believe that a lot of people that did know actual things about their innocence were not put on the stand, or because they did not want to get involved. There was people in in West Memphis already deemed these boys guilty, and but especially by the time the trial came, everybody hated them,
Right. But they weren't
and
tried in West Memphis, though. Both of them
well,
were not tried in West Memphis. They were
oh
tried,
yes, yes, I do know about that, but
yeah,
I do.
Corning and Jonesboro.
Right. But it's still, just because it wasn't done there, it doesn't mean that those people did not hear about it. It was a very big case. Like there were things that, and they're emotional. These are, like I
Mhm.
said, these are not professional people, criminal profilers, blah blah blah. And like I said, the messy confessions, the alibi, because there's things in the confessions that was right, wrong, things that I'm telling you that that I believe are true according to my research, and then things you're telling me that apparently was true. I'm telling you he was babysitting up until 7 p.m. You're saying no. There's just, and obviously me need to suspect this is gonna happen.
I want to kind of circle back because I know we're almost towards the, like, it's almost 7 o'clock, but so I want to briefly mention the satanic panic thing, and about the whole what town of West Memphis basically condemning these boys. And so first, it needs to be stated that it did not play a significant role in Jesse's trial. A jury member, Lloyd Champion, told the West Memphis Evening Times that it didn't play a role in the conviction. He said it didn't matter if it was an occult killing or not. What convicted Jesse was his confession and the vivid image of Michael Moore running in vain for his life. This was also reaffirmed by a female juror who didn't want to be named. And the jury considered the defense's argument about Jesse being slow and suggestible, but stated that Jesse offered his own account of chasing Michael Moore down without solicitation by police. The juror said that no one twisted his arm and made him say it. So the occult killing or not, it didn't play a role in the decision with the jurors. Also, in the same newspaper, the same day, spectators thought that the occult angle was overplayed in the murders of Stevie, Christopher, and Michael. And to me, that's evidence that not everyone was going through this hysteria of satanic panic or trying to condemn these three because of that whole angle. But it definitely works for an entertainment narrative. A Puritan Christian town falsely blames three teens of murders because they act and dress different, and that's just cinema. And sure, newspapers, they hyped up the crime with Satanism and the occult, but West Memphis didn't convict these three. Jesse's trial was in Corning, Arkansas. That was roughly a little under 2 hours away. Damien and Jason's trial was in Jonesboro, Arkansas, about an hour away. And this was done in order to give the defendants a better shot at seating a fair and unbiased juries. And all of those damning stories in the West Memphis papers, the jury never saw them. All those damning rumors, the juries never heard them. So the jury was under 30 with very little religious influence, and not to mention that Jonesboro is a college town. So some of that narrative of the satanic panic, why I cannot say that some people didn't buy into that. And yeah, the news always wants to, interview selected certain people in regards to that. There's another argument to be made that not everyone felt the same.
Mhm. Oh, well, I understand that. Can we honestly say, yeah, every single person in West Memphis just went based off of that? No, but that's all you heard about. And like I said, we don't know how many people believed it, how many people didn't. And all in all, like I said, and I'm going to get into that whenever we
Mm,
meet next time, because there's still so much stuff to cover that I
right.
want to. Oh, my last question for you before we end our little well, I don't want to say it's a debate, our you're so kind enough to have me as your guest on here, which I really do appreciate. Is Do you believe in the Callahan files to be a credible source?
Well, yeah, that's where the case files are. That's where the court transcripts are, and some of those have audio to boot, as well as the case files of people that they interview. Um,
Well, that's
they
where I
have,
got my information from. I
yeah,
got,
yeah. Well, keep in mind that was started by both
well, and
people
other
who thought.
sources as well, and other places
Right.
too.
But it was started by people, like by a couple of people, one, who believed in their innocence and another who believed in their guilt. So I thought it was a great bipartisan effort of these people coming together and, getting these files and putting it online so that the public can see it. So yeah, the Callahan website, whether you're pro West Memphis Three, whether you believe in their guilt, it's a good source of information. Like I said, there's also the lab reports from whether it was during the trial, post trial with appeals, motions, all of that stuff. It's a fantastic it's a fantastic site to go to. So yes, I do believe that it is, as far as the information, they're providing the information for people to consume. You read it or you listen to it if it's audio, and you know you do your best to come up with an educated assessment.
Mhm. Oh, no, I understand. I was just wondering what you thought of that, because, like I said, most of my research comes from there. So I'm trying to figure out how we're on such different pages. But that was just my last question for you. The main, I mean, my smoking gun, it's definitely gonna have to be saved for a different night. Like I said, all the stuff that you mentioned to me, I don't find it to be slam dunk, and you don't find the things I told you to be slam dunk, but we obviously have to talk about the case more,
Mm,
because these were people, after all. People do play off emotions. People can be biased, people can be influenced, like you said, yeah, and God knows how many people were influenced by certain people about the satanic panic, or Damien being guilty. I mean, there's just so many factors that go into this case. I can't even get mad at the party that says that they're guilty, because, like I said, it's so mixed up. Like, there's so much information, so many mix ups, so many recantments, so many things that were not done, and so many things that were done. Some things that we speculate, that, most people speculate that, these boys fit perfectly into that narrative. Jesse was the perfect person to have in there. Let's milk it. Yeah, I'm not saying that they planned Jesse from the get-go. I'm just saying, they once they realized how stupid he is, they took that, because, like I said, West Memphis, they were coming down on the police department. They wanted it solved. Like I said, rightfully so. 3 boys were murdered, and it's terrible. But and I do believe that when the West Memphis case is discussed, that we should also always, try to remember the victims, because ultimately, at the end of the day, 3 boys lost their lives in horrific manners. They never got to grow up or anything like that. But on the other hand, people like me, I look at it as 3 boys were murdered, and I 3 boys had years of their lives taken away, and they're gonna have this reputation for the rest of their lives. Even if they're exonerated, they're gonna always have the name West Memphis Three stuck to them. So, like I said, so many aspects, but yes, we'll definitely save stuff for another evening. So we'll definitely go into a lot more information that we both have that we haven't went over the next time. But thank you so much for having me. I mean, like I said, I believe that we both had valid points based off of our research. Do we agree with each other? No, but that was expected. So
So that was the last recording that I had with Mary. The following are going to be arguments that I believe confirm Damien and Jason's guilt. Sadly, we won't be able to hear Mary's counterpoints to these arguments, at least not on this episode, but it is what it is. And with that said, let's get into it. Damien Echols knew facts about the case that were not public knowledge, so let's get into that. On May 10th, 4 days after the bodies were found, Detective Brian Ridge questioned Damien, asking him how he thought the 3 victims died. Damien stated that the boys probably died of mutilation. Some guy had cut the bodies up, heard that they were in the water. They may have drowned. He said at least one was cut up more than the others. Purpose of the killing may have been to scare someone. He believed that it was only one person for fear of squealing by another involved. And at the time Damien made that statement, there was no public knowledge that one of the children had been mutilated more severely than the others. Detective Brian Ridge testified that Damien said that he understood the victims had been mutilated, with one being cut up more than the others, and that they had drowned. And Detective Ridge testified that when Damien made the statement, the fact that Christopher Byers had been mutilated more than the other 2 victims was not known by the public. The jury could have reasonably concluded that Damien would have known this fact unless he were involved in some manner. Damien took the witness stand, and his testimony contained additional evidence of guilt. When asked about his statement that one victim was mutilated more than the others, he said that he learned the fact from newspaper accounts. His attorney showed him the newspaper articles about the murders. On cross-examination, Damien admitted that the articles did not mention one victim being mutilated more than the others, and he admitted that he did not read such a fact in a newspaper. It's also important to know that Damien no longer denied guilt after he failed a polygraph test. And that happened on May 10th as well. Damien took the polygraph test and he failed it. And in the post-test interview with Detective Bill Durham, Damien denied any involvement in this crime. After approximately 45 minutes, Detective Durham asked Damien what he was afraid of. Damien replied, the electric chair. He then said that he liked the hospital in Little Rock. He said he had been treated there for manic depression. After a short period of time, Damien ceased to deny his involvement, such as admission through absence of denial. And Damien then told Durham that he would tell him all about it if he would allow him to talk to his mother. And Detective Ridge brought his mother in to Durham's office to talk to him. After talking to his mother, Damien again denied being involved in the murders. After approximately 20 minutes, Detective Durham asked him, "You're not going to tell anyone about this but your doctor, are you?" And Damien replied, "No." And then there's the softball girl's confession. Several tween girls claimed to have heard Damien Echols bragging about the murders at the local girls' softball game in late May. Donna Medford, mother of the three girls, first told her story to police on Monday, June 7th, 1993, 3 days after Damien, Jason, and Jessie were arraigned. Multiple girls at the softball field gave their report, but only Christy Van Vickel, Jody Medford, and Donna Medford all testified at the Damien and Jason trial on March 9th, 1994. Damien admitted attending a girls' softball game, but denied saying anything about the murders while there. In recent years, Damien has changed that story. He now admits that he probably did brag about the killings at the softball park, but insists that he might have said it as a kind of joking around, and it would have been like a joke. And Jason Baldwin's 2008 habeas corpus petition elaborated on this, and it stated that, yeah, sure, Echols bragged about the killings at the softball park, but he was just joking. That was the argument, and those comments were taken out of context, according to the petition. So Damien lied on the stand. He said he never said it, and he called the girls liars. But now all of a sudden he did say it, or he probably did say it, and if he did, it was just a joke. Well, that's perjury. And so we now have these indicators for guilt. He has no alibi. He thinks that he's smarter than the police, and he slipped up and gave a detail about how one kid was mutilated more than the others. He stopped denying guilt to Detective Bill Durham, and he bragged about murdering the boys at a softball game, and that was overheard by multiple witnesses. And there are other possible confessions that he made to some of his other friends, but they didn't testify, so we can't really talk about it. And interestingly enough, after the Alford plea in 2011, Damien's former trial lawyer, Val Price, would also have something interesting to say in an interview with the Commercial Appeal after his former client's release. And I'm going to quote this. Among bystanders outside the courthouse was Val Price, Echols' original defense attorney. As a testament to changed times, Price, who in 1994 defended the Mid-South's most notorious teen murder defendant, said he's now a juvenile prosecutor. Watching the carnival atmosphere around him, he smiled and shook his head. The whole tenor of everything has changed quite a bit, he said. Asked if he believed Echols was indeed innocent, Price squinted his eyes, shook his head again, and said, "It's hard to say." That's very interesting coming from his original trial lawyer, to say that he's not sure if his client is innocent. And let's not forget, Damien showed no empathy to the families in the courtroom. Instead, he reveled in their misery, and he taunted them in court by licking his lips at them and also blowing kisses at them. And that takes a tremendous amount of mental gymnastics to explain everything that I just mentioned, just to explain it away, that Damien's actions were just that of a simple punk who wanted attention. So this is the part where I would ask Mary if she has anything she would like to add, or if she would like to counterpoint what I just stated. But since she's not here, we're going to move on to Jason Baldwin's confession to Michael Carson. So in January 1994, 16-year-old Michael Carson contacted the Arkansas State Police with information. Michael and Jason had both been held at the Craighead County Detention Center in the summer of 1993, and Michael claimed that Jason confessed to him sometime in late July or early August. The reason to come forward was due to both Michael and his father watching it on TV, and Michael explained to his father that Jason confessed to him. And Michael's father pushed him to contact the police. Michael didn't want to get involved, but his father made it clear it was his responsibility to call the police and let them know what he knew and what he was told. And while in prison, Michael would come to Jason's aid when some other boy would pick on him. He basically said, if you have a problem with Jason, you have a problem with me. And this is what led to the two to talk. And Michael asked Jason twice if he committed the murders. The first time he said no, but he admitted it the second time. And they had about 2 minutes to talk. And Jason told him, we sucked blood from a penis. He never used the word scrotum. He told Michael we played with the balls after they were out of the skin. Jason told him that he put the balls in his mouth, and Jason told Michael that Damien did this along with him. Other things that Jason said. He said that when he gets out, he's going to kick Jessie Misskelley's ass. Jason told Michael he's going to walk straight out of here. They don't have any evidence on him. His parents are going to throw him a big party. And look, I get it. Jailhouse snitch testimony is notoriously untrustworthy. I get it. Inmates have a huge incentive to make up stories and negotiate favors for their testimony. And there are prosecutors that are willing to use questionable testimony to gain convictions. However, there are good reasons to consider Michael Carson's testimony as believable. By the time he came forward, Michael had been released and faced no charges. He had nothing to gain from his testimony. I mean, he didn't even want to testify or be involved. And for what it's worth, he passed a polygraph, and take that for what it's, like I said, take it for what it's worth. And Danny Williams, an adolescent recovery counselor, provided court-ordered treatment for Michael Carson later in 1993. And when he heard about Michael's statement to the police, Danny contacted prosecutors and defense lawyers. Danny claimed that he and Michael had discussed the child murder case, and that he believed that Michael was lying about Jason's jailhouse confession. And defense lawyers for Jason Baldwin considered calling Danny as a witness to impeach Michael Carson's testimony, but ultimately decided against it. Why? Because Danny said he would not be able to testify consistently with the things he's been telling them. And in October 1996, Jason Baldwin received a letter from Johnny Preston, a musician then incarcerated in Kentucky, who claimed that he had a homosexual fling with Michael in March or April of 1994. According to the letter, Michael was distraught over committing perjury at Jason's trial. It was a very bizarre letter. The Kentucky prisoner / musician, Johnny Preston, apparently does not exist, but it's not clear if he really wrote this letter. Jason's mother presented the letter at an appeals hearing, and some online sleuths suspect that the letter was a forgery. But I don't know. And Michael Carson reaffirmed his story in December 1996, and he denied ever having met Johnny Preston. And he wrote, "That's just something somebody has made up. They're trying to make me look bad so Jason can get off. I don't go around crying about things in front of total strangers." And now let's get into the infamous West of Memphis Michael Carson interview. And what's said isn't nearly as important as what wasn't said. He talked about being on serious drugs during the time of the Jason Baldwin Damien Echols trial, and he apologized to Jason. But the thing is, he didn't say that he made it up or he did not recant his confession. Now, keep in mind, money was being thrown around for participation. But again, Michael never recanted, and I challenge Amy Berg, Peter Jackson, or whoever has access to the raw film of that documentary, release the entire interview with Michael Carson. Show me where he recanted. I want to watch it, listen to it, whatever. But I want to hear that he recanted. I want to hear that he made it all up, because that's not in there. And I think it's more probable that Michael just apologized to Jason for just getting involved. Not that what he said wasn't true, but for simply getting involved. Because again, remember, he didn't want to get involved to begin with. He told his dad the story, and his dad told him, you have to talk to the prosecutors and the police. You have to let them know what he told you. And that's what happened. All right, since Mary is not here to, give a counterpoint, let's move on to other evidence. The lake knife. So on November 17th, 1993, authorities eventually decided to search the portion of the lake that was nearest to Jason's trailer. They had a dive team down and to search. And after about an hour of searching, a diver popped back up with a survival knife in hand, which had been found submerged in the mud below. The knife was later determined to be consistent with the injuries on the bodies of the three children. It had, well, at least two of them, I should say. It had serrations on the back of it, which were like a saw blade, and under observation appeared to have been the weapon that made a series of unique cuts on the inner thighs of Chris Byers and left patterns of Stevie Branch as well. Initially, West Memphis Three supporters insisted that the lake knife was planted by the police or the prosecution. Uh, the West Memphis Three's own lawyers would try and insist this, claiming that the police knew there'd be some evidence there because, after all, they planted it. Then, years later, the defense would acknowledge that the knife likely belonged to Jason Baldwin, instead claiming that the prosecution knew it would be there because the knife was in the water a year before the murders. So we're getting changing stories. And a neighbor named Joseph Samuel Dwyer, who had been friends with Jason Baldwin, had stated that he had seen this knife in his possession, describing it as a Rambo knife. He also said that he had seen Jason's mother toss it in the water. But then there are some additional statements that describes the knife in detail and placed it in Jason's trailer around the time of the murders, further showing that the knife was the same one tossed in the lake and had not been done so a year before. So, anyways, Dennis Dink Dent, Jason's mother's boyfriend, had only lived with her for about a month and was kicked out of the house around Mother's Day, which was May 9th, 1993, after the murders. It was Dennis who told John Fogelman that he had seen the knife in the trailer before, offering a detailed description of it, only to then change his story and say that he had been told about the knife and had been discussing it with Jason's mom on how to help her out, help alibi her son. So the police found this knife that had been in Jason's trailer, and his mother had apparently concealed it in the water behind their home after an argument with Jason. Then her boyfriend describes seeing the knife, then immediately changes his story and says that he never saw it. So Jason claimed during his Rule 37 hearing that Dennis Dent had only lived with his family for about 1 to 2 months. So if this knife was supposedly tossed in the water a year before, as claimed, how could Dent have seen it? And if he had only lived with Jason's mother for about 1 to 2 months at the time of the murders, like how is that possible? Yeah, he changed his story, but it's odd, and it's a data point. And let's talk about Jason's mom. Jason Baldwin's girlfriend suggested that he would have probably told his mother about the crimes if he had done them, and that she'd likely lie for him. Now, take it for whatever that is, but still. And there is evidence to suggest this, though. Jason's mom seemed to be willing to lie and was even willing to help her son dispose of key evidence. In statements to social media in 2013, Jason's mom suggested two news stories for how the knife ended up in the lake. In the first statement, she denied throwing it in, adding a new twist, saying that Jason disposed of the knife in the lake, but then adds that none of her children, including Jason, ever owned any knives. Well, we know that's a lie. Jason, however, we know for a fact, owned knives, several knives, in fact, and numerous witnesses testified as such, including his friend and accomplice, Jessie Misskelley. Jason's brother Matthew would link a knife and an ice axe to Jason, which he had traded away because he was afraid the police would try and use them to link him to the murders. Kind of odd, but all right. So Jason's mom, after making the admission on Facebook, said that Jason threw the knife in the lake, then quickly produced a second version of how the knife ended up in the lake, insisting that Officer Murray framed her son for the murders by planting the knife after she spurned him. In an interview with Truth and Justice and in the book Dark Spell, Jason admitted he owned the lake knife. So now we definitively know that yes, this was Jason's knife. And he accidentally threw it in the water after his mother threw out a knife that his younger brother Terry, I guess, accidentally cut himself. And so his statement was that if she is throwing out that knife, then they might as well throw out all the knives. He alleged that he didn't mean to throw it in the lake, but it just slipped out of his hand and it ended up in the water. And Jason's brother Matthew would recount a similar story, but it wasn't a year before, like Jason said in the interview. It was after the murders. Matthew verified this, and he said that his mom was getting rid of all their knives that they acquired from a trade. That trade was with Kenny and Billy Newell. Kenny confirmed this in a statement on May 11th, 1993. These stories all contradict each other. Jason states that his mother threw it in the water. His mother then says Jason threw it in the water. Then his mother changes the story and says that Officer Murray threw it in the water to try and frame Jason because he was romantically interested in her. So I think that kind of shows that Jason's mother would be willing to lie to him because those are two very distinct, different stories. And you can't explain that away. You can try to. You can use mental gymnastics to do it. But again, beyond reasonable doubt. And in all likelihood, the knife ended up in the lake sometime following the May 9th Mother's Day interview by police when Jason's mother came home to see the police questioning her son. And at that point, she broke up with her boyfriend, Dennis. Following this, in the days after, she and her son fought over a knife, which was tossed in the lake. And possibly on May 10th, Jason had his brother dispose of a knife and an ice axe by trading it to the Newell brothers. And Jason had multiple knives. Jessie believed Jason was using a buck knife for the murders, but again, he was drunk on whiskey. Not very good with the memory. It's faulty. So it's hard to say if he's misremembering or if he's just trying to fill in the blanks as to what the knife looked like. The knife recovered is serrated, just like what would have been used on the boys. The knife was hidden as if whoever put it there, they were disposing evidence. Jessie knew Jason had the murder weapon, and the murder weapon was found hidden behind Jason's home. Jesse's description is wrong regarding the knife because he didn't use it. He didn't stab or mutilate anyone, and only Jason was using it according to Jessie. He was, however, aware that one was being used, and who used it, and who had it. He knew the who, what, when, and where. The brunt of it is the description of what the knife looked like is insignificant in light of other details and circumstances in the case. In the end, the lake knife comes back to the West Memphis Three, and it has never been successfully explained away by the defense. The knife was also consistent with the injuries to Chris Byers and Stevie Branch and it was a serrated knife, and it was thought to be the one, to be one of the murder weapons in, early theories by the investigators. And I know people are going to throw the whole, animal, animals making those wounds and all that stuff, and we'll get into that later. But let's get into some other evidence. Let's talk about candle wax. Now, how possibly can candle wax be involved in this? Well, what appeared to be blue candle wax was found on a book of Damien's called Never on a Broomstick. It was in his bedroom, and also a small blue candle was found on a table in Dominique Tier's bedroom. Again, for those who may have forgotten, Dominique was Damien's girlfriend and um, his baby mama. So, why is this important? Because blue candle wax was found on the shirt of Stevie Branch. Now, I know it's not exactly DNA, but it's compelling. There were also fibers. Uh, Green fibers, microscopically similar to a shirt found in Damien's home, and red fibers, similar with a bathrobe found in Jason Baldwin's home. Those were found on the victims. The defense retested the fibers back in 2012, and they claim they do not match. However, the people who retested the evidence were paid by the defense. The fibers have decayed over the years at that time, and they were in poor quality. And the original criminalist who explained them, they were dead, and they're not around to defend the attacks against her original findings. So, what I would have addressed to my debate partner, I would have liked to have addressed the painfully obvious lies Damien and Jason have stated in interviews over the years, and why I believe it's relevant to their guilt as pieces to the totality of things that point to their guilt. Outside of the courtroom, mind you, but still, I'm going to present things that were both inside and outside of the courtroom. In 2007, Damien told Larry King he lived in Marion, Arkansas, which was 10 to 15 miles from West Memphis during the time the crimes occurred. Here's the thing, though. He's a liar. He actually lived at the Broadway trailer park in West Memphis, less than 2 miles from the crime scene at the time of the murders. In 2010, he told interviewers West Memphis wasn't a place he went to a lot at all. Again, he's a liar. He lived in West Memphis at the Broadway trailer park, as I already mentioned, and he testified to walking around West Memphis with Jason Baldwin frequently. Also in 2010, Damien told interviewers he was unfamiliar with the crime scene neighborhood where the victims lived. But in 1994, he testified to walking through that neighborhood 2 to 3 times a week. In addition, he used to live at the Mayfair Apartments across from the crime scene itself. So one must ask the question, why would an innocent man need to lie about those details unless a guilty man is trying to distance himself to make himself look innocent? Perhaps Damien didn't realize that people would have access to this information to fact check him later on, since the media sure as fuck wasn't going to do it. But the lies keep on coming. Damien lied about his relationship with Jessie Misskelley. If you remember in part 1, I believe, my debate partner talked about how Damien and Jason really weren't friends with Jessie. They knew of him, but didn't really hang out with him. Well, so in Damien's book, Almost Home, he said that he knew Jessie enough to say a few words when he saw him. And former FBI profiler and West Memphis Three advocate John Douglas said Damien didn't even really know Jessie and never really hung out with him. But if we go back to the time of the investigation, the accounts of peers and community members like Dominique Tier, Jim McNeese, Deanna Holcomb, and many others, they speak of an actual friendship between the two. And they place the two together at Damien's house, walking around town, and at community events from 1991 to 1993. Peggy Simmons, softball club director, stated that on Thursday, May 27th, 1993, that she saw Jason Baldwin, Damien Echols, and Jessie Misskelley at the club to watch a girls' ball game. Simmons also testified to this at Damien and Jason's trial. I hope I'm not going to butcher this person's name. Dino Perfetti. He was Jesse's friend, and he told police that Damien, Jason, and Jessie arrived together at the Skate World skating rink not long after the murders, and not long after the murders of the slain boys, and also when the bodies were recovered. It wasn't long after that. And a friend of Damien's named Jason Crosby stated that Damien and Jason showed up at Skate World, and a little while later, Jessie showed up, and those two were there, and they were with him and some girl he didn't know. So it is beyond reasonable doubt that Damien lied about how close he was with Jessie. Maybe the two weren't best friends, but they were friends, and they hung out with each other quite often. But Damien isn't the only liar. Jason is a liar too. Jason did a 2-part interview with Bob Ruff on his Truth and Justice podcast, and he stated that he never really was friends with Jessie. Here's the thing though. Jessie and Jason had been on and off as close friends over the years. In a letter to his at the time girlfriend, Heather Cleat, he wrote a letter to her from the detention center, and Jason, he felt a sense of betrayal, and he wrote that what gets him is why Jessie would make up such a lie as that, because he thought they were sort of friends, except for the night at the skating rink when Jessie tried to steal his necklace, and that made him pretty mad, but not as mad as all that's going on with this situation. And in Mara Leverett's book, Dark Spell, Surviving the Sentence, it tells of Jason's first encounter with Jessie on his first day in 6th grade at Marion Elementary School. According to that book, Jessie attacked Jason without provocation during recess, hollering like he meant to kill him. In 8th and 9th grade, the two boys lived on the same street in Lakeshore. They got to be pretty good friends. And keep in mind, Jason is fairly close with Mara. In fact, he stayed at her place during that June hearing for that DNA testing in 2022. And he worked with Mara on Dark Spell. That was a book with Jason, or about Jason, and Mara was writing it. And if her information was not true in either of those books, wouldn't he have corrected her? Think about that. And Jason in 2012 passingly referred to Jessie and Damien as his two best friends during those times. And Jason made a statement on a Blog Talk Radio interview that somehow or another they made the decision to set me and my two best friends up for the crime. They, of course, being law enforcement or the state of Arkansas. Now I can already see the comments coming. That lying doesn't prove guilt. I'm sorry, wake the fuck up. Stop trying to move the goalpost. If you're innocent, you don't have to continuously lie. You don't have to lie about where you lived during the time of the crime. You don't have to lie and say you never visited the area. You don't have to lie and say that you never knew of Robin Hood Hills when you used to live directly in front of it. You don't have to lie about what was or wasn't said at a softball game. You don't have to lie about the influence of a man deeply rooted in black magic. Both men also don't have to lie about their friendship or their lack of a man who ratted them out. Use common sense because these are not the actions of innocent men. These are the actions of guilty men who are trying to rewrite their past to convince the Dicks and Janes of the true crime world that they're innocent. One of the other topics that me and my debate partner were going to talk about was alternative suspects. And of course, one of the first ones we got to talk about is Mr. Bojangles. And my side of the argument is this. So, there's this bloody dazed man. He arrives at the Bojangles restaurant sometime between 8 and 9:30 p.m. And Bojangles was about 1 mile from the woods where the missing boys were last seen and where their bodies were found the next day. And Officer Regina Meek responds to the Bojangles call, spoke to a restaurant employee at the drive-through window. She searched the area for the bloody man and then she left. She didn't go inside the restaurant. The next night, May 6th, detectives Allen and Ridge visited Bojangles and talked to the manager, Marty King. And they go inside the bathroom and they took the blood scrapings. The bloody man had left sunglasses in the toilet, and if my memory serves me correctly, the detectives didn't bother taking them. They should have, but they didn't. Ridge later testified that he put the Bojangles blood sample in his desk, never sent it to the crime lab, forgot about it, and eventually it got lost. Look, this was sloppy police work. There's no way getting around it. And it sucks because we have to talk about it to this very day. I mean, just look at the scenario. Crazy guy covered in blood and mud and water 1 mile away and 1 to 2 hours after a bloody murder took place on a muddy ditch bank. How can anyone not consider that not, worth pursuing? Of course they should have. But on the other hand, let's use some common sense here, shall we? If Mr. Bojangles committed the crime, he did so by himself and with one arm. Whether the crime was committed in Robin Hood Hills or somewhere else, as the defense suggests, he was able to bring them back, clean up any evidence at the crime scene, but then travel to the Bojangles restaurant, all out of his mind and wobbly, covered in mud and blood, and left a smorgasbord of evidence. He had a cast on one arm. Now, could such a man have lured and tied up 3 kids with 3 distinct knots? Extremely unlikely. And besides, it's not really a theory for the pro West Memphis Three side anyway. Not anymore. They just simply like to use it, against the police. And that's really all that is. So I don't even see the point of discussing Mr. Bojangles further. Now, let's get into John Mark Byers, stepfather of Christopher Byers. Both the Paradise Lost documentaries and the Devil's Knot book pointed the finger at John Mark Byers as the real killer. Until 2007, he was the top alternative suspect for the Free the West Memphis Three movement. However, there was never the slightest evidence that John Mark Byers committed the crime. West Memphis police investigated him early on. They interrogated him at length, but never uncovered anything suspicious. They also took hair and blood samples. So, they did everything that they could, and they just couldn't find anything. And unlike the 3 convicted killers, John Mark Byers had a solid alibi for the time frame of the murders. His whereabouts were accounted for by multiple people. And Byers got a lot of screen time in Paradise Lost 1 and 2. His outrageous screen presence was a documentary filmmaker's dream, and co-director Bruce called him one of the most interesting figures in film history. By many accounts, Byers was drunk, stoned, on Xanax, and otherwise medicated throughout the first film shooting. And John Mark Byers, look, he was an attention seeker. He loved being the star of the Paradise Lost films and willingly played the fool to get more screen time. Maybe the filmmakers duped him for the first film, but even after Paradise Lost came out and basically accused him of torturing and killing 3 children, John Mark Byers willingly participated in the making of the sequel. Paradise Lost 2 again made John Mark Byers look like the real murderer. Around 2007, the Free the West Memphis Three movement abandoned the John Mark Byers as their main suspect. Did admitting that they were wrong about John Mark Byers' guilt mean anything or even admitting that they were wrong about the West Memphis Three's innocence? No, of course not. West Memphis Three supporters began pointing fingers at Terry Hobbs, stepfather of Stevie Branch, as the real new killer. And after being freed from harassment by West Memphis Three supporters, did John Mark Byers leave the spotlight? No. He switched gears and joined the Free the West Memphis Three movement, where he continued to enjoy being the center of attention. He championed the West Memphis Three's innocence and participated in the smear campaign against Terry Hobbs. I mean, I don't like to speak ill of the dead. I really don't. John Mark Byers died in a car crash in 2020. But how disrespectful to the memory of his stepson. How disrespectful. But again, the whole point of this is to show that these alternative suspects, they don't pan out at all. And we mentioned Terry Hobbs, and we mentioned, how he is another stepfather who is now, only a suspect to the minds of West Memphis Three supporters, but not to law enforcement. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's actually talk about Chris Morgan, Brian Holland, and Bobby D'Angelo. So, from May 15th to the 17th in 1993, police in Oceanside, California, interrogated Christopher Morgan, who I believe was 19, and Brian Holland, he was 20. They were 2 Memphis residents who had driven from Tennessee to California a few days after the murders. Suspicious, right? And Morgan had previously driven an ice cream truck in West Memphis and was familiar with all 3 victims. His parents still lived 2 houses away from the Hobbs family, but Morgan lived across the river in Memphis, Tennessee, with 4 roommates. And Christopher Morgan, along with a friend named Bobby D'Angelo, who was age 21, they visited the Hobbs family to express condolences on May 6. In addition to Morgan and Holland, D'Angelo would also be a suspect, and they collected hair, saliva, and blood samples from him. But let's get back to the interrogation in Oceanside. Both Morgan and Holland repeatedly denied any involvement or had any direct or indirect knowledge about the killings. However, they both failed polygraphs. Now, that doesn't mean anything, right? We've already established that we don't really take polygraphs too seriously, but still they're being used and they failed them, at least according to Oceanside police. And Morgan later testified at the Baldwin's Echols trial with the jury absent. And, he stated that his interrogation lasted 17 hours over 2 sessions, and that Oceanside police never read him his rights, and they kept him locked up even though he was supposedly not in custody. Everything that the West Memphis Three supporters falsely claimed that happened to Jessie Misskelley actually happened to Morgan and Holland by Oceanside detectives. During his post-polygraph interview, after 13 hours of questioning, pardon me, Christopher Morgan got angry and said, "What do you want me to do? Lie to you? Okay, I'm going to lie. I'm going to lie. I killed them," and all that other bullshit. And immediately afterward, according to Morgan, he said that, "I may have told him that. Are you happy?" And the detective said, "Is that true?" And Morgan said, "No." Later, Morgan said, "Hey, maybe I freaked out, then blacked out and killed 3 little boys, and then, fucked them up the ass or something." He asked for a hypnotist to check his blackout possibility, but insisted he never hurt anyone intentionally. I mean, there you go. If the West Memphis police, if they really wanted to pin the murder on the first dimwit, you know, who falsely confessed, they could have went ahead and charged Christopher Morgan right there. All right. Instead of waiting weeks later to wait for Jessie to show up, if you think about it. Come on. And unlike Jessie Misskelley, Morgan's rights, and Holland's too, they were clearly violated. And unlike Jessie Misskelley, his confession was obviously bogus. There was no other evidence against him. His alibi checked out. Police and prosecutors with less integrity, they might have charged Christopher Morgan after his confession and called it a closed case. They might have even gotten a conviction. Who knows? I mean, we'll never know. It's all hypothetical. That really would have been a terrible miscarriage of justice. And West Memphis police, I mean, we want to accuse them of those things, but they didn't do it. And because they did not do that to Christopher Morgan, they should be praised for not doing that. And it also shows that they weren't out just to get anyone due to public pressure. It's absolute bullshit. And now, let's talk about Terry Hobbs. A lot of accusations came from his ex-wife, Pamela Hobbs, and her three sisters. Years later, during a bitter divorce, Pam would accuse Terry of some horrible things. Accused him of molesting their daughter in order to win a custody battle. And when that accusation failed, she tried to claim that Terry was the real killer of her son. These accusations originated from a rumor created by her sisters after the murders and seemed based on their dislike for their brother-in-law. Pam's sisters made some horrific allegations towards Terry. I mean, terrible. The mention of child abuse and even sexual abuse towards his stepson Stevie and his biological daughter Amanda. If true, that's unforgivable, right? We can all agree with that. But what's even more unforgivable is waiting until 2007 to say a fucking word. This destroys any of their credibility because clearly you don't wait 14 years to make those accusations. And if they found Terry's actions so suspicious, you report that immediately, right? But they didn't. Never mind the fact that Terry, Pamela, and Pam's father went on a talk show to talk about the murders. So where was Pam's dad to have any suspicion towards Terry? Or even Pam. Those are things to think about. And many years later, Pam stopped pointing the finger at Terry, which is good. It never should have been pointed to begin with. And she was quoted in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette of saying she's grown tired of figuring out who may have committed the murders and prefers to think about the time she spent with Stevie before he was killed. So even at that point, she's no longer pointing Terry as a killer. But there's more. There's Jamie Ballard. She decided to come forward in 2007 and stated that at the time of 6:30 p.m., while she was out in the front yard in the evening of May 5th, 1993, Terry Hobbs hollered at Stevie, Michael, and Christopher to get back down to the Hobbs residence. She says, I recall that Stevie was on a bike. I could see that Stevie's much younger sibling, a little girl, was playing down at the Hobbs house in their driveway. That would have been Amanda. It looked like Terry was telling the boys to get back down to the Hobbs house because Terry Hobbs was watching Stevie's sister play and wanted all the kids together. Then she said she got in the car and went to church. Man, for someone who goes to church, didn't they teach you not to lie? Ballard claimed Amanda was with Terry, but in David Jacoby's various statements, he said on the day of the murder, sometime between 5 and 5:30 p.m., maybe even 6 p.m., Terry came to his house where they played guitars while Stevie's little sister Amanda amused herself with toys. About an hour later, Terry left, saying that he was going home to see if Stevie was there, and Amanda stayed behind. So both statements can't be true because Amanda can't be at two places at once. She was either left behind at the Jacoby residence or at the Hobbs residence. Due to the fact that Ballard came forward nearly 14 years later to make her statement, I am more inclined to go with Jacoby's statement that Amanda was at the Jacoby residence as Terry went to look for Stevie. Not to mention, Stevie, Michael, and Christopher were last spotted headed in the direction of Robin Hood Hills between 6 and 6:30 p.m. and not at the Hobbs residence, which is further south of the crime scene. Getting back to David Jacoby, he appeared in the 2012 documentary West of Memphis as part of the West Memphis Three defense team's effort to investigate his at the time friend, Terry Hobbs. And it was reported that in soliciting his cooperation with that effort, investigators Ron Lax and Rachel Geiser told him his own hair was a match for a hair collected from a tree stump at the crime scene. Left out of the investigators' explanation, the fact that according to defense forensics man Thomas Fedor, about 7% of the general population could be responsible for that particular tree stump hair, not excluding Mr. Jacoby, and is far from a definitive match as suggested by the investigators. I have no respect for Ron Lax. I mean, he's good at persuasion. I guess I can give him credit for that, but for being an honorable man, nope. Again, don't like to speak ill of the dead, but man, he did a lot of things which I thought were shady as fuck. But we just want to ignore that, right? The West Memphis Three supporters, let's just gloss over it because lying is justified if you can find the killer. Anyway. So David Jacoby went on to describe Lax's other questionable tactics, like sliding him an envelope of photos or documents and telling him to open it up and look at his handiwork, strongly implying that Jacoby may have had something to do with the murders. It wasn't until later when Jacoby learned that the hair attributed to him wasn't a match but was consistent or couldn't be ruled out as a source, again, a far cry from a match. And FBI profiler John Douglas, he's sketchy as well. He liked creating custom profiles, and he did that for suspects. He created a custom profile, which is very shady. He did this with a Canadian guy named Guy Paul Morin regarding the murder of Christine Jessup. And ironically, he would spend several years behind bars claiming his innocence until DNA finally proved that he was just as he always maintained, he was innocent. And Christine Jessup's brother would later accuse Douglas of having custom fitted the profile to match Morin, which had led the investigation astray. Douglas, along with Damien's legal team, they did their best to try to get Jacoby to flip on Terry Hobbs, or at least confuse him, and they did. If you ever heard David Jacoby, this guy is a very emotional person, and the tactics used were far more shameful than what supporters accused the West Memphis Police Department of doing to Jessie Misskelley. And speaking of hair, let's get into the so-called Terry DNA evidence that has been made a big deal of. And if you watch any of my episodes about this, you're already aware. But for those who aren't, if this debate series is the first of hearing about it, let's talk about it. The hair fragment is actually mtDNA, which isn't the same as nuclear DNA. The hair fragment possibly connected to Terry was located on a shoelace used to bind Michael Moore, but Stevie was tied up with two different laces. This means that the laces used to bind Michael could have been Stevie's. Basically, the DNA test only proves that Terry Hobbs had been in the same home as Stevie, since he was his stepdad. I mean, this all sounds logical, right? It doesn't actually connect him to the crime, and even if it were Michael's shoelace, it would still be the same thing, since both boys were best friends and often played in each other's houses. And all that can be really said about the hair is that it's secondary transfer and was likely brought to the scene by the victims. Even the West Memphis Three's legal expert, Thomas Fedor, you've heard me talk about him before, he called it very weak evidence. But the fact that the hair fragment excluded the West Memphis Three, they tried to use it as a form of innocence. You also can't even say it was Terry's hair. All that can be determined is that he can't be ruled out as the source of the hair, and that really means nothing in the large scheme of things. Another topic that me and my debate partner were going to discuss was whether the crime occurred where the bodies were found or if the three children were murdered elsewhere and were brought to Robin Hood Hills as the the dump site, if you will. And one has to consider why someone would suggest that this was a dump site in the first place, right? Well, it was suggested by defense lawyers for the West Memphis Three in an attempt to exclude their three clients from the crime, as well as to try to discredit Jessie Misskelley's multiple confessions to the murders. The notion was put forth at trial and became a major claim by Jason Baldwin's lawyer, Paul Ford. And the reasoning behind Ford's assertion was twofold. One, he could argue that the prosecution had all the facts wrong and therefore the evidence might be all wrong. And obviously, the other aspect, which would be number two, is that the defense was really trying to push that neither Jason Baldwin, Damien Echols, or Jessie Misskelley had owned vehicles and therefore could not have driven the bodies to the scene. And so when it comes to Jesse, under this line of argument, he obviously would have had to have been lying in his confessions if the victims were killed at a different location. Unfortunately, numerous problems arise with this defense scenario. First off, it makes no sense that the boys were killed somewhere else since they had last been seen entering Robin Hood Hills on the day that they disappeared and were seen playing in the general location by several additional witnesses. Deborah Oettinger also stated that she saw the victims close to 6 p.m. riding their bikes near her house, which was located near Robin Hood Hills. Not only were the victims last seen around Robin Hood Hills, but they were seen riding their bikes in the exact direction down the street going towards Robin Hood Hills. Not only were the victims last seen at Robin Hood Hills, but their clothes and bikes were found at the crime scene as well. That would mean that the killer would have had to have snatched the boys up from the woods, killed them elsewhere, and then returned them back to the woods, while in the process of dying, tossed them into the ditch to drown, and also transported the bikes and clothing back to the crime scene. Think about that. Think about how dumb that sounds. They were last seen entering the woods, and then their bodies, it was discovered later. And I mean, is that a coincidence? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Just basic deductive reasoning. On top of this, the clothing of the victims were recovered from the location as well as the bikes they used to get there. From this information, it just seems to be the most logical thing that they would have been murdered there in the woods. It's basic Occam's razor at work here. The simplest solution is often the right one. But the defense wants to complicate it. And even the West Memphis Three's defense expert, FBI profiler John Douglas, he didn't agree that the children were murdered elsewhere and brought back. He stated, "It is, in my opinion, that the victims came into the woods of Robin Hood Hills by the most common method, and that was by crossing the wood and pipe makeshift bridge. It is inconceivable that they carried their bikes across this very narrow width bridge, nor is there any evidence that they entered Robin Hood Hills at another location or were killed somewhere else and disposed of in Robin Hood Hills." I don't agree with John Douglas on much, but I do agree with that. And another claim by proponents of the dump site theory is that it'd be too dark to kill the boys in those woods at the time of day, which is untrue. The sun didn't even start to set until 7:50 p.m. in West Memphis. That can be easily proven by using a sunrise and sunset times calendar online. Just Google that shit. So If the boys entered those woods at some time around 6:30 or so, there would have been more than an hour's worth of light. The claim about it being too dark, it's just simply untrue. The boys could have been dead or unconscious anytime after 7 or 8, and there still would have been some light for the killer or killers to see and dispose of the evidence because the sun didn't start to set until 10 minutes to 8 p.m. Now, another major aspect of the dump site claim was regarding mosquitoes. It's been claimed by the defense that there were no mosquito bites on the bodies, which meant that the boys could not have been murdered in the woods. However, that's a misleading claim and completely unproven. Mosquito bites need time for the inflammatory reaction of the human body to form in order for them to become visible to the human eye. Because of this, it renders such claims as baseless because it's something that can be neither proven or disproven. As for finding no blood at the crime scene, just because there wasn't visible blood at the site didn't mean that there wasn't any. Luminol sprayed around the crime scene showed the presence of blood. Numerous locations within Robin Hood Hills would light up when sprayed by detectives working the crime scene. And it showed the likely presence of blood all over the ditch banks near where the bodies were located. Some of these spots even lit up large amounts of blood. Problem was at the time, luminol was inadmissible in court, but it is now. The defense knew this and really played into the whole scenario of the no blood being present at the crime scene. Again, if the woods was merely a drop off site, the killer or killers wouldn't need to clean up several areas of the ditch bank. That's most likely only going to happen if something was actively going on there. The killer or killers even allegedly tried to wash down the ditch banks, trying to scrub and scrape off certain locations, possibly with water, sticks, and leaves. Someone was clearly trying to remove something off those ditch banks. Detective Brian Ridge testified that it appeared to him that someone cleaned off one of the ditch banks, possibly trying to wash evidence away, such as blood. Why would someone be trying to wash away evidence? Pardon me, if there wasn't any blood on those ditch banks. The scrubbing and washing of the ditch banks can be viewed as corroborating evidence supporting that there was indeed blood on those ditch banks. Most importantly, we have to understand how two of the three boys died. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning. It is improbable and unlikely they drowned elsewhere. So, all the evidence, including witnesses, presence of blood via luminol testing, and the cleanup, would seem to show that the victims were murdered in those woods. Even John Douglas, an expert working with the defense team years later, believes that the victims were murdered out in the woods and that there was no evidence to support a secondary crime scene. So I think that's something that we can put to bed. They were not murdered elsewhere. There is nothing to suggest that they were murdered anywhere except Robin Hood Hills. So the next topic was going to be about the forensics, the state versus the defense. And for me, medical examinations, they're not always exact. It's usually while they'll say whatever happened to a body is consistent with something that could have caused it versus saying, no, that's exactly what happened 100%. And years after the convictions and numerous appeals, experts hired by the West Memphis Three defense, they claim that the mutilations were the result of animal predators, and in particular, snapping turtles. And to me, the turtles, they were always a red herring, a second-hand theory offered by the defense that was not supported by the first-hand, examinations. And so let's think about it. The ditch was drained immediately after the bodies were found, and there was no snapping turtles. It was, you also have to consider that some of the wounds that experts indicated must have come from animal bites. They were facing down in the mud. The bodies had to be pushed into the muddy bottom, which was very gummy. And this was to avoid the boys from popping back up due to natural buoyancy. But the West Memphis Three legal defense really wanted to discredit the initial medical examination, and they really wanted to discredit Dr. Frank Peretti, and they spared no expense in doing so. They hired several of the country's leading forensic experts, and they determined that the injuries that were believed to be knife wounds were actually caused by post-mortem animal predation. And to name two of the experts, there was Dr. Werner Spitz, former chief medical examiner of New York City, and Dr. Michael Baden, former medical examiner of San Antonio, Texas, along with four experts. All of the forensic specialists arrived at the same conclusion that the wounds were post-mortem animal bites. And Dr. Werner Spitz testified that he believed dogs or large cats bit, clawed, and licked the bodies. Spitz, in his testimony, he referred numerous times to the wounds on the three boys as those made by predatory animals such as dog, cats, coyotes, and even fish. He contended that an animal tore the genitals off one of the victims, and we know who that is. And he said that tearing of the skin indicated a bite rather than a knife wound. He claimed that there is no evidence that they were beaten by sticks or punched by fists, referring to claims made by prosecutors that the three boys were tortured before they drowned. So he finds no evidence of injuries from knives, sticks, and fists, but this is what he does find evidence of, which I find to be utterly, utterly fucking absurd. That the dogs or large cats dislodged all three children out of the water, pulling them back up from the ditch bank to slam their bodies against trees, and then some miraculous way put all three bodies back into the water where they were pinned back into the muddy bottom. That's the serious scientific opinion from a top expert in the field who can't remember just how much he was getting paid to testify for the defense. Oh, and just to show you who he will testify for, he was an expert witness for Casey Anthony. Oh, and he was sued by Burke Ramsey, the brother of the murdered Joan Benet Ramsey, because Spitz accused Burke of killing his sister, although he, as a pathologist, had performed he had not performed an autopsy of the girl, but that didn't stop him from wanting to make a stupid ass opinion. And Spitz's findings differ from those of William Sterner. He was a state crime laboratory examiner who assisted in the autopsies of the three boys. Sterner said that the three were beaten with fists and clubs and then bound with shoelaces before they were thrown into the ditch to drown. At least two of the three. Then you have forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden, chief medical examiner for the New York State Police. Baden looked at a photograph and documented evidence and gave his opinions. And in addition to cats and dogs making wounds to the three boys, he also mentioned snapping turtles. So, are the defense experts actually correct in their assessment, or was just a lot of money thrown their way to come up with alternative opinions? I mean, dogs, cats, fish, and turtles, it's a pretty broad discrepancy. And that's the point. Just throw shit on the wall and see what sticks and what will be believed. Because here's the real objective. The medical examination is fairly consistent with most of what Jessie confessed. So it's not just a matter of claiming Jessie's confessions were coerced, but that the wounds found on the bodies didn't reflect what the medical examiner determined. It's also worth noting that, by odd coincidence, Dr. Peretti raised hundreds of turtles as a hobby, and he studied them. In fact, Circuit Judge David Burnett, who presided over the original case, certified Peretti as an expert on turtles. I think if those animal wounds consistent with snapping turtles was evident, I think he'd know. To me, the level of interest and international attention to the case over the past, even now, 32 years, it's muddled and distorted the science and evidence. I feel that the animal predation thing is bullshit. The West Memphis Three defense just needed an alternative theory, and animal predation it's a likely secondary alternative theory, and that's all that was. The next topic is jury tampering. did or didn't it happen. And jury tampering is mentioned often as a reason why the West Memphis Three should get a new trial. And it was mentioned in West of Memphis. The story goes that Kent Arnold, the jury foreman in Damien and Jason's trial, um, he wanted to put Damien behind bars badly and introduced outside evidence in deliberation, like Jessie's confession, which wasn't permitted in Damien and Jason's trial. However, it wasn't Kent who introduced it to his fellow jury members, but Damien's lawyer, Val Price. It accidentally came about while grilling Detective Brian Ridge. For years, they tried to spin this into an appeals claim in one form or another, and it failed each and every time. And I don't remember if it was a notepad or a whiteboard that listed the Jessie confession for side of guilt during deliberation, but it was scratched out as something that couldn't be considered. But Kent Arnold didn't bring this forward to an unknowing jury. Also, keep in mind that it was the mere mention of the confession and not the substance of it. Let's consider that as well. Also, an attorney named Lloyd Walford came forward and claimed that Kent Arnold told him this and that during the time period, but he waited, as it always seems to go, 16 years to come forward with this alleged information. If Warford knew this was improper, he did absolutely nothing for 16 years. He never reported it, but he sure waited for a convenient time to make the allegation, so I don't find his statements about Kent Arnold credible at all. So the next topic is going to be the Alford plea, and anyone who's watched my episodes before, I talk about this several times, and it comes down to whose idea was it and how did it come about. And before I go into my side of it, usually this is where I would have my debate partner present their evidence. But how about we hear it from Damien Echols himself? Take a listen.
What it all came down to for me was we knew we would win this eventually. We would be exonerated eventually. The state knew that. But they presented this deal to us basically saying, you can sign this paperwork and you can walk out of prison this week. You can go home before this week is out. Or you can refuse this deal and yeah, you'll eventually win, but we'll drag this out for another 5, 10 years, however long it takes. You know, Scott Ellington also says in the movie, the prosecutor, that one of the considerations they had in agreeing to this deal was that the three of us together could have effectively sued the state for $60 million. So you take that in consideration with the fact that I also knew how corrupt and how desperate they were, and I knew they could have had me stabbed to death in that prison any day of the week for $50. So I knew I would never live to see that exoneration.
Aw. I mean, clearly, from Damien's own innocent mouth, clearly that's what happened. And I just feel so bad. Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. Let's really get into the facts of the matter, shall we? The Arkansas Supreme Court finally relented to pressure from the West Memphis Three celebrity supporters and the West Memphis Three's all-star defense team. And in December 2010, the Arkansas Supreme Court granted an evidentiary hearing scheduled for December 2011. The purpose of the hearing was simply to allow Judge David Laser to hear any new evidence the defense had gathered over the years that might justify a new trial. Judge Laser was a new judge who replaced the original trial judge, David Burnett. But instead of presenting the evidence to Judge Laser at the December hearing, the defense went to a new prosecutor, Scott Ellington, in the summer of 2011 and suggested a deal. Their clients would plead guilty using a legal maneuver called an Alford plea in exchange for time served. The new prosecutor inexplicably accepted the deal. No one forced the West Memphis Three to plead guilty. It was their own idea. No matter what Damien says, there is no evidence whatsoever that they forced him to take this plea deal. It is absolute, utter bullshit. And Jason can act like he didn't want to take this deal. And, maybe he didn't for whatever reason, but this deal originated after lab results, still not disclosed to this very day, were given to Damien's defense team. One of Damien's attorneys, Patrick Banka, met with his old law school buddy, Arkansas Attorney General Dustin McDaniel. Are you following me so far? If not, keep up. Banka offered a solution that would satisfy all parties. It was the brainchild of Stephen Braga, who also represented the West Memphis Three. That's how the deal originated, and that political soul-sucking weasel Scott Ellington accepted the deal because ultimately he just wanted it to be over with. Ellington didn't have the intimate knowledge of this case the way that Brent Davis did, and he was the previous prosecutor. I mean, they're coming to him with a compromise, knowing there's an evidentiary hearing at the end of the year. And that idiot doesn't even consider why they're presenting this deal. So instead of waiting until the hearing to see how things play out, he just accepts it. Just imagine if the hearing didn't go anywhere in December of 2011. Just imagine it. The West Memphis Three would still be in prison. And maybe, just maybe, Damien Echols would be dead. And rightfully so. I don't care what any of you people say. He murdered 3 children along with his 2 other buddies. He deserved it. I'm just saying. Doesn't mean I have to love the death penalty, but it's there. Anyways, as for the West Memphis Three, instead of presenting their new evidence and gaining complete exoneration and having the chance to sue the state for tens of millions of dollars becoming stupid rich, the slick West Memphis Three defense team convinced a newbie prosecutor, he could get rid of a difficult case if the West Memphis Three could just plead guilty and be released from prison and leave it to Scott, dumbass is my middle name, Ellington, to be despised by both sides. But I would like to say something about suing the state. Just because you're going to sue the state for $60 million or however much doesn't mean you're going to get that full amount. You may not even get anything near that. Research Stephen Avery when he was wrongfully convicted for a rape that he didn't commit. And then see how much he sued for and see how much he actually got. It just doesn't always work out that way. All right. Now the next topic. Will a new DNA testing method bring forth new evidence? And as I'm sure a lot of you already know, there's been a big battle on whether there should be retesting based on certain legal statutes. But as we know, most likely it's going to happen. And so what's my take on it? Well, I do not believe MVAC is going to yield any conclusive results if the ligatures are retested or anything else for that matter. I think people hoping that it's going to are going to be in a world of surprise. I understand the argument that MVAC is better than the swabbing method, and I'm not going to dispute that, but MVAC can't bring back DNA that has been destroyed. The bodies have been submerged in the water, destroying DNA and blood evidence that may have been located at the scene. The serologist at the time, Kermit Channel, testified in court to the effects of water and when it comes to physical evidence. He testified that evidence submerged in water or even being dirty or soiled has a very bad effect on any type of biological materials that you might find. Being in the water can make it virtually impossible at times to identify any type of material. Bodie Laboratories' May 27, 2008 letter to the Office of Prosecuting Attorney Brent Davis refers to mixtures regarding penile swabs from Moore Branch and ligatures used to tie up Branch. It refers to potential contamination. They state that the bodies were submerged in water between 18 to 24 hours prior to discovery. They went on to say that it was very unlikely that any interpretable DNA profile other than that due to contamination or that of the victims would be recoverable. Based on Bodie's analysis letter, it is clear that the data provided is questionable at best. Also in the letter, they would use the term suspect at best. In Damien's petition in 2022, it stated something I found to be very interesting, and it stated, "No one knows, of course, whether additional testing of the ligatures with the new MVAC DNA collection technology will lead to recovery of the new DNA samples for testing or not. But one thing for certain is that such evidence will definitely not be found if testing with this new technology is not done." And ironically, Michael Baden, MD, director of the Metallurgical Investigations Unit of the New York State Police, and at one time an expert for the West Memphis Three's legal defense team, said in testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary, indicated that in less than 10% of murders, I want you all to hear this, listen, 10% of murders, the criminal leaves DNA evidence behind. That's significantly a low percentage. I want you to hear those words again. That's a, say it with me now, significantly low percentage. For all you CSI effect people out there who think that DNA is the only way to solve a crime. And people ask me all the time, if Damien is guilty, then why is he pushing for DNA testing? Doesn't seem like something a guilty person would do. And I do believe there's a few explanations for that. Number one, whose idea was it to really test DNA or retest it? Was it Damien, Jason, or Jessie? Were they the ones going out there first saying, yes, I want to test this with this new MBAC system or just any other type of method? No, it was Bob Ruff, a podcaster. He presented the idea to Damien, Jason, and Jessie, and they said yes. But what were they going to do? Say no? How would it look if 2 out of the 3 men who said they wouldn't stop until they were exonerated told Bob, nah, we're not interested, but thank you anyway? Keep in mind the West Memphis Three, they didn't do jack shit to look for answers from the time that they were released up until Bob Ruff's, miracle technology of MVAC. They just wrote books, produced movies, and went on speaking tours, and that's it. So yeah, Bob backed these 3 up against the wall. Hell, Bob basically stalked Jessie to get an answer, and Jessie behind a closed door basically just said, yeah, go do it. Most likely so he would leave him the fuck alone. But I also believe, and I guess this is number 2, I believe Damien and those representing him, they know nothing conclusive is going to come from this new DNA testing, and that's why it's a win-win for Damien. If evidence doesn't get tested, blame the state of Arkansas for not wanting justice. If DNA gets tested, they get to cherry pick what gets tested. In this case, the ligatures. They get tested and nothing conclusive comes out of it. There's no harm to Damien's reputation, and there's the possibility that he will use a negative to confirm as a reason to why he should be exonerated because his DNA isn't proven to be on the ligatures. And I say Damien in this matter because Jason and Jessie, they're not in the petition for retesting. There's also an issue of transparency from Damien's side. As you know, the Byers family made a statement a little while ago, within a few weeks or a month ago of the time of this recording, and they're in support of DNA testing. The statement, I believe, is led by George Byers, the brother of John Mark Byers and the uncle of Christopher. Keep in mind, they're not related or bound by blood. Although supportive of DNA testing, the letter raised questions. There are lab results from 2011, I've mentioned this before, that have never been submitted to the state or made known to the public. The family called out Damien to release those results to the state of Arkansas, to the victims' families, and to the public as soon as possible. And I concur with that. The history of non-disclosure is a concern not only to the Byers family, but I would assume to all the families of the victims. Damien and Lori have made excuses about these lab results, and it is also worth noting that after Damien's defense received these results, they immediately suggested a compromise to the state, which ended in an Alford plea, which I believe Scott Ellington stupidly accepted. It seems that the pro-West Memphis Three crowd thinks DNA evidence should be the only standard to convict someone, and that's not realistic, and it's not how the system works. And before anyone says, wow, so every person that the state convicts, they get it right 100% of the time. No, of course not, moron. But the problem is you have to assess it base case by case. And in this case, the state and 2 different set of juries, they got it right. I mean, I mean, look, it's good if you have DNA and it's conclusive in its context. I mean, that's awesome. But when murderers don't leave any conclusive DNA behind, which does happen, we're just supposed to ignore all other forms of evidence. Do you know how stupid that sounds? That's just not how the justice system works. Whether you love it, think it's perfect, or it needs improvement, it's not how it works. There are other methods to convict a murderer, and we should want that. You don't ignore other vital evidence because there's no DNA. Get off your little CSI effect kick. You're watching too much goddamn television. All right, it's time for my closing argument. Of course, you're only going to hear mine. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to hear my debate partner, but here we go. In this case, it's about the totality of the circumstances. I look at the evidence from both the scope of the court and what we know outside of it now. This case does not have one factor that decides it all for me, but rather a series of circumstances that cannot be ignored or dismissed. I believe that the state proved its burden of beyond reasonable doubt. But West Memphis Three supporters have an impossible standard that it must be proven beyond all doubt. Proving a defendant's guilt beyond all doubt is a near impossible task, especially when no one outside of the suspect or victims are present. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty. It is not required that the government prove guilt beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense that is not based purely on speculation. This means that the prosecution must convince the jury that there is no other reasonable explanation that can come from the evidence presented at trial. In other words, the jury must be virtually certain of the defendant's guilt in order to render a guilty verdict. That is their duty. And I believe, not only with the understanding of the case, but with all of my heart, that the prosecutors Brent Davis and John Fogelman did just that. They proved the burden that Jessie Misskelley, Jason Baldwin, and Damien Echols murdered Christopher Byers, Stevie Branch, and Michael Moore on May 5th, 1993 in Robin Hood Hills, approximately between 6:30 and 8 o'clock p.m. There is no other possible explanation. Terry Hobbs did not commit murder. To believe that, you would have to believe two things. One, his daughter was at two places at once, both at Jacoby's and in her own driveway playing. You would have to believe Michael Moore, Stevie Branch, and Christopher Byers were at two places at once as well, both near the Hobbs residence and near Robin Hood Hills, which is at the starting and ending point of each other. Not to mention going back and forth to Jacoby's and meeting up with John Mark Byers and Dana Moore around 8 p.m. to find out that all three boys were missing. Nothing about Terry looked out of place to John Mark Byers or Dana Moore. If someone wants to point to a bunch of conjecture from Pam's family over a decade later because of personal beefs and consider that credible versus what I presented, then I have oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. Mr. Bojangles did not commit the murder. To believe that, you would have to believe both that a man with a cast was able to subdue three boys, commit the murder somewhere else by some unknown way of transportation, then bring them back with only one good arm and dispose of the bodies while cleaning and leaving no evidence. Then you would have to believe that he was clever enough to do that while also going to a Bojangles restaurant, leaving blood and evidence like his glasses everywhere in the bathroom. John Mark Byers did not commit the crime, despite how badly the West Memphis Three supporters wanted him to be. Anyone keeping tabs at the time were 100% convinced he was the real killer. Why? Because a book and filmmakers told them so. Then he becomes a supporter, believes in the West Memphis Three's innocence, and most hop on to the next stepdad like a bunch of fucking lemmings. Let's be real. West Memphis Three supporters go where they are told to go when it comes to alternative suspects. But here's the problem for them. There are no alternative suspects. There are only three very real suspects, and they were convicted multiple times. These individuals are Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley. Nobody else. I believe I have laid out a very comprehensive list of reasons. Damien was a psychopath who had a history of violence and mental illness. While not everyone with mental illness kills people, some actually do. Look into a lot of the school shootings as a good example. He fantasized about murder and threatened to murder people. He believed he was better than others and felt drinking blood made him a god. He adored Crowley, a man who said that he was a god and believed that the best sacrifice was child sacrifice. Damien believed he would become another Charles Manson or Ted Bundy. He also believed he was transforming into something more powerful. Kind of eerily similar to how the fictional child killer Freddy Krueger became something much more after vigilante parents set Freddy on fire and killed him. Much like how Freddy would go and get revenge on the parents, Damien thought he would get revenge on everyone who did him wrong. He enjoyed the thought of being the West Memphis boogeyman.
From when I was real small, that people were going to know who I was. I always had that feeling. But I just never knew how they were going to learn. I kind of enjoy it because now, even after I die, people are going to remember me forever. They're going to talk about me for years. People in West Memphis will tell their kids stories. It'll be like, sort of like I'm the West Memphis boogeyman. Little kids will be looking under their bed before they go to bed. Damien might be under there.
Damien admitted to the murders at a softball game, which he initially denied saying in court, only to admit later he did, but it was a joke. And after a failed polygraph test, he stopped denying his involvement. Damien tripped up many times, revealing details that only the killer or killers would know.
What do you think?
I think they did real good the first day. The second day, it didn't look as good because Davis kept trying to trip me up or something.
There was one point in there, though, where he asked you, he says, it looks like you're just changing your story to fit whatever comes up. And you said, yeah.
I was just like halfway listening to him. After I was real nervous when I first got up there, enough to keep my attention focused and everything. But after I was up there a few minutes, just started daydreaming.
Daydream.
Damien wasn't just saying things to get attention. He thought he was smarter than everyone in the room. He felt he was going to get away with it, and in the courtroom, he taunted the families, giving them the finger, blowing them kisses, and licking his lips at them. When Fogelman said Damien didn't have a soul, he was absolutely right. Every action Damien did showed that he was remorseless, and somehow West Memphis Three supporters thinks that a violent, mentally ill psychopath who admitted to the murders with no remorse for anyone, including the victim's family, is somehow incapable of committing this crime. Because he just likes to wear black and he listens to Metallica and reads Stephen King. And then there's Jessie. Did Jessie point to Damien and Jason for attention? No, of course not. They say he was bullied and coached into a confession, which is a baseless and ridiculous accusation. Why? Because the TV box told the West Memphis Three supporters that Jessie was too dumb and susceptible. But let's rewind. This is another kid fully capable of violence, and in particular to children. I guess it was no biggie when Jessie threw a rock at the head of a child half the age of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher. I guess the fact that he was on probation, pardon me, the fact that he was on probation for that doesn't give them pause, because he was just too dumb. I find it profound that the West Memphis Three supporters thinks that the police can manipulate Jessie into confessing to a murder, but his friends couldn't manipulate him into violently beating and torturing 3 8-year-old children. Somehow Jessie is all of a sudden too smart to do that. And I'll say it again, I don't know if Jessie knew exactly how far that all was going to go. I don't. As far as we know, he thought it was just going to be beating up a bunch of children because he's capable of that. Maybe he thought it went too far, or maybe he knew what the plan was, but as it was going into action, he realized he was way over his head. I don't know. It's one or the other. But again, Jessie confessed, and despite any inaccuracies, Jessie also gave accurate statements not fed or led by police. Only statements that someone at the crime would know. As for the inaccuracies, Warren Holmes even accounted for those inaccuracies and said that 99% of the time the suspect is guilty, and that was Jesse's own legal expert. And never mind that Jesse maintained his confession for 16 weeks until his lawyer Dan Stidham had to sell him on the idea of, recanting due to a new strategy brought forth by Damien's legal team. Never mind that after Jesse's confession, he went back to saying that he was guilty. Maybe we should just do some mental gymnastics and just say that Jesse was too stupid to know what innocence and guilty meant. It's as comical as anything the supporter side has been claiming. And does anyone remember when Jesse said in his confessions that they went to Robin Hood Hills to drink? He said he was drinking whiskey while Damien and Jason were drinking beer. Damien, thinking he's funny and clever, throws in this little jab.
Once you get out of here, you gonna buy the beer?
The whiskey. My beer.
And I'll buy the Bojangles chicken.
And here's another thing. Does anyone find it odd that Jason's own attorney, Paul Ford, thought Damien was guilty? Why didn't Jason step up for Damien and say, no, there's no way he could have done that? Unlike Damien's legal defense to prove his innocence, Paul just said, fuck it. I'm not going to prove innocence. I'm just going to sit back and say, prove my client did it, because this is a case of guilt by association.
Why we didn't want you to testify?
Yeah.
And you see how it hurt Damien? I think it did. And you see how they talked about his witnesses?
Mm-hmm.
See, they didn't have anything to talk about us. They didn't have anything to talk about because we didn't give them a chance. And, oh man, it's heavy. Do you think that this will change at all how you choose your friends?
Yeah.
What do you think this would do? What do you think this is going to do to you and Damien, you and your friendship with Damien?
Stop it, I guess. Yes.
Would you stop being his friend?
I wouldn't be his enemy, but after this, we probably wouldn't be around or that.
You heard what was said about him. Do you think he could have done it?
About what they said?
Yeah, do you think he could have? Do you think Damien could have killed those little boys?
They made it seem like he did.
On his closing?
I think Paul should have left out the guilt by association part.
He came down hard on that, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea he was gonna do that?
Mm-hmm. I thought it'd be smart enough to stay away from him.
Hurt your feelings?
I wanted to strangle him.
Later, Jason Monday morning quarterbacked Paul Ford's strategy, claiming he didn't use this Asian kid for his alibi because Paul Ford thought, oh, we don't need him. We don't need him. They don't got anything against you. And let's actually hear what Jason has to say about it.
There was a kid that had saw me at the Walmart that I didn't know, but I remembered because my friend Ken and I was playing video games at Walmart after I mowed my uncle's yard, and there was an Asian kid waiting on us to get through playing so he could play. And I told my attorney Paul, because he was like, did anybody see you anywhere that is not your friend or was not related to you? I'm like, well, that's everybody I'm around anytime, you know? But I was like, wait a minute, there's this Asian kid who's waiting for us to play, waiting for his turn at the video game. I don't know who he is, never seen him before that day, never saw him afterwards. But there's somebody out there, And I found out he came forward later after we were arrested, and it's like, hey, I remember seeing Jason playing video games there. Didn't look like he just committed a murder, and certainly didn't look like he was planning a murder or whatever, but he was not called to testify either.
So, for anyone who watched part one of this debate, you know exactly who Jason is referring to. Dom Nam. Dom identified Jason after seeing him on TV after his arrest and remembered seeing him at Walmart as they took turns playing an arcade game called Street Fighter II. They played for about 45 minutes that evening. And that sounds like a slam dunk alibi, right? Paul was just too incompetent to call him as a witness, right? Would have changed the verdict, right? I mean, Jason thought it was a solid alibi, but here's the problem. It didn't happen on the evening of May 5th. It was 2 weeks before the murder, so why would Jason attack Paul Ford for not using Dom Nam as an alibi when Jason knows Dom wouldn't be able to alibi him? The answer is Jason is a liar, and he didn't take into account that anytime he makes a statement in one of his powder puff interviews, is that anyone can fact check him. Keep in mind, along with Damien, he denied being friends with Jessie on the Truth and Justice podcast, despite claiming Jessie was one of his best friends in previous interviews. Jason knows he doesn't have to prove anything. All he has to do is make a claim, and the West Memphis Three supporters will buy into it like the good little lemmings that they are. Paul Ford was right not to call Dom Nam as a witness for Jason, or anyone else for that matter, because Jason didn't have an alibi. It's as simple as that. Damien places Jason with him at the time of the murders, and Jessie places Jason at the scene of the murders, and not only places him there, Jessie puts the knife in Jason's hand. Not Damien, but Jason. Jason confessed to Michael Carson the disgusting details. So again, Damien places Jason with him that evening. Jessie places Jason at the scene with him, and not just at the crime scene, but doing the cutting, and Michael Carson explained what Jason confessed to him. But we don't want facts to get in the way, right? I guess Jason's provable lies are just more palpable. At the end of the day, it's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the correct one. We can argue motive, but motive doesn't matter. While one was offered up in court, it doesn't have to be correct. Occult murder or thrill kill by 3 drunk teens? It doesn't matter because the names of the faces don't change. Inspector Gitchell spoke to that in an unreleased interview in Paradise Lost. Have a listen.
I think these boys were involved in it. They practiced it. They were considered dabblers in it. But actually, this being a cult crime, I have my doubts. I don't think, that's my personal opinion, I'm really not sure how much that played into this, other than that these young boys that we did arrest, and I call them boys, they were involved in some cult or satanic ritual stuff. I would consider them dabblers, though, but not deep into it. In all reality, this could be just some mean guys wanting to kill 3 little boys. It could have been a crime of opportunity, instead of versus one being planned, which typically, if one's into Satanism and devil worshipping, and if this is what you're wanting to do is, say, sacrifice someone, it would be something a little better planned, I would think, than the way this crime unfolded and took place. I have seen worse wounds. I've seen many things in my career in law enforcement, and I have seen worse wounds. It's sad that you see it on little kids like this, but it's hard for me to say that this is definitely a cult or Satanism or devil worship. That would be hard pressed to say by me. Now, I don't know how it's going to be portrayed when the prosecution starts in. I do not know what the defense is going to be. I'm not privy to that information, but I would be hard pressed to label it myself.
Wow. Blows that whole satanic panic thing out of the water, doesn't it? My debate partner said that she didn't really consider the documentaries because she knew that they were biased, and she's right, but here's the thing. This Innocence narrative started with these documentaries, and like a tree growing, it became the primary trunk, and from it came the branches of Devil's Knot, West of Memphis, Bob's Truth and Justice podcast, and many other forms of media. Her defense is the exact narrative of all those things from that Innocence tree. So, of course, it was imperative to address them because that is the reason we are here talking and debating about it today. The propaganda and lies are easily debunked once we have the access to the records. All West Memphis Three supporters can do is move the goalpost, but that's okay. I have a strong leg, and I'll kick that fucking ball right up the middle every single time. So that wraps up the debate. In addition, I want to give my condolences to the families who lost Michael Moore, Stevie Branch, and Christopher Byers. There's no statute of limitations of heartache and loss, and my heart goes out to all those still living or who have passed on to another life. It doesn't matter what your position of this case is. I am truly sorry for your loss. I'm Rick Mullinax. This is Burn After Reading, and I'll catch your ass down the road.
Burn the lies, burn the fear inside myself, and burn it all again. It's the right time to escape.